Is it working? Okay. Mayor Knack, would you like to at least acknowledge the kids, and we'll open and close the dome?
Yeah,
and then we can maybe send them
probably
over.
them, yeah, because our grade 6 class has many things to do, and we don't want to leave them, even though we can't got. Oh, I saw a thumbs up from our friends. We might even be live now. Well, then we'll do it all together.
I believe we are, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
Fantastic.
We are.
Well, good morning, everyone. Sorry for the delay. It's 9:37. There was a technical issue, not tardiness of our council colleagues, just the technical world did not allow us to start on time. So I'll call our meeting back to order. This is the same meeting that started yesterday and continues on through today. First, I'll just do a quick roll call to check in with everyone. Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Morgan.
Morning.
Good morning, Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Rutherford.
Morning.
Good morning, Councillor Clark.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Tang. What is right there? Councillor Palmer.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Paquette.
He's away on business. We have notice.
That's right. Thank you, Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Elliott.
Good morning.
Good morning, and Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Good morning. Fantastic. So we've got a few things to do, a few great protocol items to go through before we move on to our regular items of business. So first, I will not cough into the mic. First, I'm going to welcome the grade 6 class. It's at the very back here. They are from Hollywood School, and their teacher C. Schneider from Ward Métis, which is the ward represented by Councillor Salvador. I was chatting with some of, because I think you've split into 2 groups, so some of you, right, that's 3 groups. So I was chatting with some of them just out in the main City Hall area. I hear they're doing a tour, they're doing a mock city council. It's going to be very exciting. Now, obviously this group hasn't done their mock council yet because they came in here first thing, but who is going to be the mayor of that mock city council? Mayor, did you want to come down and tell us what you're going to be discussing? We would love to hear from you. You can come right down to that microphone there. Yeah, right down to the very front here. Come on down. And you're just going to, lift that mic a little bit higher. You can pull that up a little bit higher. Fantastic. And what's your first name?
Phoebe.
Mayor Phoebe, we are excited to have you here today. We are excited that you're going to be discussing tonight. What are you going to be discussing today?
If we should have green bins in schools.
You should have green bins in schools. Excellent. So you get to run the meeting. Are you ready? Do you feel ready to run that meeting?
Yes.
You're set. I love that confidence. There was no hesitation whatsoever. So, well, Mayor Phoebe, and to the entire grade 6 class, we want to say thank you for being here. It is a privilege to have you here in our council chambers. Welcome to City Hall. Feel free. There are 2 other protocol items. Let's see. While the class is still here, I feel like we're going to go over to 18-year transit veteran and now City Councillor John Morgan for this special protocol item. It feels very fitting for Councillor Morgan to do this one.
Thank you very much, Mayor Knack. Favorite day of the year. Today we join communities across the country in celebrating Transit Operator and Worker Appreciation Day. This is a day to recognize the thousands of dedicated women and men who every single day move millions of Canadians and keep our communities connected. Right here at home, it's our chance to say a profound thank you to the team at Edmonton Transit Service, Fleet and Facility Services, and Transit Peace Officers from Community Services. We often talk about transit in terms of routes, schedules, and infrastructure, but today we focus on the people. The operators who greet us with the nod at 5 a.m., the mechanics who ensure our buses and trains are safe and reliable, the cleaners who maintain our vehicles and stations, the planners who design our network, and the security teams who keep everyone safe. To every single person working behind the scenes, thank you. Transit operators and workers play a crucial role in keeping Edmonton running. They get us to work and appointments on time, to Oilers and Elks games, to celebrations with family and friends, and wherever else we might need to go. They are the steady hands that guide our city through its daily rhythm and every type of weather Edmonton can throw at us. And as an 18-year transit employee, as Mayor Knack said, I know this firsthand. We've shared popcorn together, we've laughed, we've cried, we've gotten angry at each other, we've yelled. We've seen the best and worst of society and seen things that many can only imagine. But we've kept showing up, kept stepping up, and kept continuing to serve through the most challenging of times. The city remains committed to supporting our transit team. We've invested in the infrastructure and technology our growing city needs, from new LRT lines to the ARC card. And just as importantly, we've invested in our people, adding more transit peace officers and strengthening community partnerships. The result is a ridership that continues to climb, with one of the strongest post-pandemic recoveries in the country. That success is built on the foundation of transit workers' daily efforts. As Edmonton continues to grow, we will continue to rely on the dedicated staff at ETS to deliver safe, reliable, and excellent service. To every operator, every mechanic, every cleaner, every support worker, thank you for keeping Edmonton moving. I encourage all Edmontonians to take a moment today to thank the transit workers on the routes. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm going to ask all of our transit operators, workers, everyone here from transit today, please stand up so we can welcome you and thank you. And that includes Councillor Morgan, who's just recently retired from that world. So let's do that. Well, that is great. Thank you, Councillor Morgan. Thank you to everyone here. It's wonderful to have you. And I've got one more protocol item, and I will go through this one here. So on Friday, March 21st, it is the International Day for Elimination of Racial Discrimination. On that day in 1960, police in Sharpeville, South Africa, opened fire on a peaceful crowd protesting the racist apartheid pass laws, killing 69 people. It was a stark and violent example of state-sanctioned racial oppression. And while the world has made progress since Sharpeville, and the apartheid system has since been dismantled, this day remains a reminder of the horrors that racial discrimination can lead to. The fight for equality is not a chapter in the history book, but an ongoing, present-day responsibility. Here in Edmonton, we pride ourselves on being a vibrant and welcoming city. Our strength comes directly from our diversity. From the first peoples who have been here since time immemorial, to the thousands of newcomers who choose our city as their home each year. Everyone who lives here is an Edmontonian, and everyone deserves to feel that sense of belonging. However, we cannot ignore that systemic racism and discrimination are still barriers for too many in our community. These injustices limit potential and deny people their fundamental dignity. Our work to become a truly anti-racist city is complex and requires generational commitment. That's why our city's work guided by our anti-racism strategy is so important. It provides a concrete plan to create systemic change, champion community leadership, and advance our shared journey of truth and reconciliation. But this isn't a task for government alone. Building an inclusive future is a collaborative effort. It requires all of us to treat each other with respect, to stand up against intolerance, and to celebrate the differences that make Edmonton strong. These are all things that should permeate our daily lives. And together, we can build a city and a world where everyone is valued. Thank you. So, those are our protocol items today. You're welcome to stay if you like, but I imagine a bunch of you are going to find a way to kindly just sneak out, and that's fine. I won't be offended. I might be a little offended, but that's okay. I appreciate you maybe have other important things to do, people to move, things to do within the city. So thank you all for being here. Thanks to the grade 6 class. Enjoy your mock city council meeting and the rest of your tour. And now we will proceed. We just so everyone knows what we're working on in today's agenda. We have the first item of business is going to be item 7.3, which is the Lewis Farms item. Then we're going to move to 7.4, which is City Council's governance frameworks for council committees. And then 7.6, which is the Winspear Center item. Finally, we have bylaw on 8.2. And then we'll move to the motions pending. So we'll continue in that order, starting with item 7.3. And I know we have a presentation, so we'll turn the floor over to the team.
Great, thank you. My name is Jason Maleefsta. I'm the branch manager for infrastructure delivery. I've got the mic on, but I don't know. Okay, all right. Let me
Yeah, just get right up close. There you go.
All right, thank you. Again, my name is Jason Maleefsta. I'm a branch manager with Infrastructure Delivery. Good morning, Mayor and members of Council. Today's report provides a comprehensive update on the current status of the Lewis Farms facility project. It has been roughly 4 years since funding was reapproved for construction, and we look forward to sharing the significant work completed since that time. Our objectives today are to provide Council with an outline of the project's history and current status, to provide details on the work completed by the project team to manage costs, and finally to present a budget request to complete the project in preparation for construction completion in 2027 and a public opening scheduled for 2028. Joining us today are staff from Financial and Corporate Services to support with questions related to the budget and financial implications provided today, as well as Community Services to speak to the programming and operations of the facility. I will now turn the presentation over to Jesse Bamford, who is our Director of Facility Infrastructure Delivery, who will share details on the progress to date. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Jason. So to understand our current trajectory, it is essential to look back at the recent history of this project. The Lewis Farms facility has undergone a significant evolution since 2014, including a period of deferral, subsequent reactivation that coincided with the unprecedented global market volatility. In late 2021, Council reactivated this project with a clear mandate to pursue cost savings where possible to achieve the approved capital budget of $311 million. At that time, following an 18-month pause, updated market analysis revealed that the cost to deliver the original vision had escalated by approximately 35 to 40%. To bridge this funding gap, administration took 3 decisive strategic actions. We transitioned from a regional competitive hosting facility to a community-focused training center. This wasn't merely cutting costs, we fundamentally re-examined the functional program. By streamlining design complexity, we ensured core library, aquatics, arena programs remained intact while maximizing every square foot. We shifted the delivery method to a construction management delivery model to navigate market instability. This provided the agility to fast-track site works, lock in pricing while the design was still being revalidated, and securing major trades and procuring materials early, we effectively insulated the project from hyperinflation. Since 2021 reactivation, our team has yielded approximately $90 million in savings. This was achieved through a continuous improvement loop, iteratively applying exhaustive value engineering to stay within the fiscal guardrails without compromising the essential services. Next slide, please. While our build-to-budget approach has yielded significant loss mitigations, the economic environment has been far more volatile than forecast. At the project's inception, we benchmarked an aggregate inflation of 23.6. This is based on the historical StatsCan Building Construction Price Index data and CM estimates that we received in 2019. Reflecting on that forecast today, it was clear that no standard model could have predicted the severity of this shift. Between 2018 and 2025, we saw a compounding of unprecedented global pressures, lingering post-COVID market impacts, supply chain disruptions, global instability. In reality, the actual aggregate inflation for this period had reached 46.3%, nearly double our initial risk allowance. This does not mean the project itself was a 46.3 over budget. A significant amount of work was completed by the team to mitigate this inflationary pressure. This has been the single largest hurdle since reactivating. To manage this, the team has been chasing headwinds, advancing construction while simultaneously redesigning in real time. We enforced a strict discipline. Every dollar spent investigating a savings had to yield at least $1 in return, ensuring we didn't lose further purchasing power to analysis paralysis. We have now reached that point of diminishing returns for these interventions. Next slide, please. Our cost mitigation efforts were far more than a simple exercise in building cheaper. They represented a rigorous strategic alignment of every design choice against the long-term needs of this community. To ensure we maximize the impact of every tax dollar, our build-to-budget approach centered on 3 pillars. We had strategic space optimization. We refined the footprint to create a more integratable, walkable hub. By reallocating funds away from lower priority architectural features like green roofs or complex glazing, we focused on investments of high-use community spaces. We prioritized daily public use over elite competition. For example, we replaced specialized 10-meter dive powers with family-friendly leisure features and diving platforms integrated into the 50-meter pool. By optimizing gymnasium heights and reducing spectator seating, we created a more efficient and sustainable footprint. And third, a future-ready design. We adopted a design to accommodate framework. While elements like the outdoor skate park, community rinks are deferred, we have future-proofed them by installing a rough-in infrastructure now. This plug-and-play approach ensures that these features can be integrated later with minimal disruption or costly rework. Next slide, please. So what is the current status of this project? This slide was included as the presentation shared with City Council Infrastructure Committee a few weeks ago, indicating that we're roughly 65% complete. Looking at the aerial view, you can see dramatically that this site has changed drastically over 30 months. We are now transitioning out of that heavy lifting phase. 100% of the structural steel is complete. Our primary focus right now is buttoning up this building and making this hub and aquatic sections weather tight. And the interior continues to progress. Because the arena was already enclosed, mechanical electrical rough-ins were ramping up, and the space is now being finished out. We are maintaining high momentum with over 200 workers on site daily. So looking ahead, we move through enclosure throughout this 2026, get into the interior fit-outs throughout in 26 to 27, and begin commissioning in the late 27 and into 28, where our target remains firm to have this hub open to the public by fall 2028. Next slide, please. Now turning to the community park space, construction is well underway. We've completed site grading, deep utility servicing, and setting the stage for the urban plaza and landscaping. To keep the project on budget, we simplified landscaping by removing non-essential berms and selecting high durability standardized amenities. Crucially, we defer the skate park, outdoor leisure ice, and water features, and again, future-proof these with the utility stub-outs, allowing for future activation without tearing up existing infrastructure. Moving on to the next slide. The twin arenas are about 75% complete. We're currently finishing final paint and preparing for installation of fixtures. The final product will deliver 2 NHL-sized sledge-compliant rinks. A key strategic feature is that these rinks are designed to operate independently from the main center. This allows the arenas to remain open outside of standard hours, providing a maximum flexibility for the community while reducing the overall building footprint through smarter storage and room configurations. Next slide, please. Moving to the fitness and gymnasium wing, the facility central hub. This area is roughly 60% complete. With the building envelope closed in, our teams are currently advancing interior partitions and mechanical rough-ins. And despite the budget pressures, we protected the core community value. The final design delivers 2.5 gyms, 2 studios, and a fitness center while maintaining the child minding and indoor playground areas essential for families. Importantly, we have secured space for future food and commercial services to support facility long-term financial viability and user experience. We achieved this through disciplined build-a-budget approach. We simplified the building geometry, reduced the overall height. This was achievable by shifting from the elite hosting requirements, such as the extreme ceiling heights required for competitive volleyball, and to focus instead on high-quality community recreation. This right sizing improved constructability and lower costs while preserving the primary volumes for daily use. This ensures the space is future-ready, allowing the facility to adapt to the shifting recreational trends or partnership opportunities. Next slide, please. The library and public realm area is following the fitness wing in the construction sequencing. We are delivering an 18,000 square foot Edmonton Public Library branch. It flows into the outdoor plaza. We also designed spaces for future daycare, commercial retail units, ensuring the facility meets the full range of community needs from day one. Next slide, please. And finally, we move into the aquatic center. This space serves as a high demand node for the entire facility. We're currently about 50% complete this area. With the building envelope nearing completion, internal work is now focused on the specialized mechanical electrical systems required for pool operations. The final product maintains a high quality aquatic experience anchored by a 53-meter lane pool, a leisure pool, a hot tub, steam room, and water slide. To protect the budget, we intentionally prioritize family-friendly leisure, deep and programmable space over specialized sport hosting infrastructure. Our optimized design was highly effective here. By integrating a 3 and 5 meter dive platforms directly into the main 53 meter pool basin, we eliminated the need for a standalone, high-cost deep tank. We removed the specialized 7.5 and 10 meter platforms and dryland training space and bleacher space features required for elite competition to ensure we can retain the features for the general public uses most, and thus being able to reduce the overall volume for this facility. It's provided maximum flexibility. The pool is equipped with adjustable bulkheads and floors. These features provide the greatest programming flexibility, ensuring aquatic space can evolve with the shifting community needs without requiring future structural changes to this building. By simplifying the building geometry and focusing on the high demand of community features, we have delivered a premier aquatic hub that remains within our fiscal guardrails. Next slide.
Thank you, Jesse. To conclude the presentation, today we are converging on completing the final stages of this project. Through the build the budget process, as outlined by Jesse, we have been disciplined in optimizing every square foot of this facility to ensure that the core functional program desired and shared by the community remains intact and brings value to citizens with this capital investment. The project is now at a stage where it has been de-risked, and the project is targeted on, or the project team is targeting construction completion, preparing for public opening in 2028. To conclude, administration has outlined a budget request to complete this work as outlined in this presentation. The amount is significantly less than the 46.3% reported recently in the media. The value is, however, held in private and referenced in attachment 4. The amount is held in private in the short term only to allow administration to conclude the final negotiations pending the decision of council. We are expected to disclose this value in the short term at the first available opportunity, which is likely to occur when the tax-supported debt bylaws are made public for council's consideration. Approving this final budget adjustment allows the project team to commit the final direction to complete the project with our vendors. Alternatively, there remains a significant risk that if this is unapproved, portions of the project will be required to be shelled or left incomplete. Not something that we are recommending at this time. Shelling spaces, which would render spaces unfinished and unavailable or unavailable to be open for public use, would result in a corresponding reduction in revenue projections for the facility. This would have significant impacts to the long-term viability of this facility, taking into consideration a total cost perspective for this work. At this point, we're open to questions, or if you'd like, we do have one slide in private to share with council.
I think what we'll do is allow questions first, recognizing that I just want to be very clear, attachment 4 is in private for the reasons we've just shared. So as long as you're not asking about the specifics in attachment 4, I think we should do those questions first in public. If we then need to go into private, we can. But I think sometimes we run into the trap, we go into private first, ask a bunch of questions that are maybe likely something that could be asked. So I'd rather just go through questions first here, and then once we're done, happy to take a motion if needed to go into private. So first thing I'll do is, because I believe this was selected by Councillor Clark, did you want to put the motion on the floor, Councillor Clark? Sorry, speaking.
Sure thing, happy to do that.
You want to say? Sure. You can just move that as listed in the recommendation if you're.
Yeah, I'll move the recommendation as listed in the on the screen above. So moved.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Parmar. Did you have any introductory comments, or do you want to wait to go through questions and speak to it?
Yeah, I'll wait till we go through
Sure.
questions. Thank you.
Okay. We'll start with questions then, starting with Councillor Jans.
Thank you. How many stalls of parking are contemplated on the site?
There are approximately 560 parking stalls. The value was set and derived as part of the planning process earlier on, as part of that traffic or parking impact assessment.
Has there been a contemplation of what do we call it, where when we build a facility, you charge like $1 to cross the bridge until the bridge is paid off? What is the term for that?
Like a toll or a fee.
Have we contemplated something like that?
I know council, more broadly, not specifically for this project, but the topic of parking at facilities and attractions has been a topic of discussion with this council as part of previous budget deliberations. And I don't know, Roger, if you're able to.
Yeah, I think there's a report coming back in second quarter this year about, it was a motion previously made by council about introducing parking fees at recreation amenities and facilities.
Good, okay, yeah.
So that we haven't done anything exceptional for this facility. It would be considered as part of the overall.
Yeah, because for a new facility, I think even a nominal charge for car storage while you're using the facility would be, I mean, I think we charge for lockers at the facility.
The lockers are free.
Do we charge for lockers at some other facilities?
Historically, we did. Years ago, I don't know, about 10 years ago, we made them free just to reduce the number of thefts from lockers. We put on high-quality locks and made them free.
Okay. The other question I had was, so regional partnerships, this is really a facility that's on the outskirts of Edmonton. It's on the west edge. It's going to be heavily used by Enoch, by Sturgeon County, by St. Albert, by many folks in the area, and it will be a crown jewel. Is there any way that we could go to those partners and get them to take on some of the debt or some of the project to help, even if they took on a fraction here in exchange for something like preferential, maybe some booking slots or something like that? Is that something that's been explored?
Yeah, we did explore it. I think in 2018, the province had mandated we enter into intermunicipal collaboration frameworks with our partners. So we did explore. This project was kind of on hold at that point. We met with each of the municipalities. We ended up executing 3 of those, but no one was interested in financially being a partner. There was some interest in saying if we can add a dedicated sheet of ice for our use only, but not coming to the table as a financial partner or an operating partner.
Is there a way that we could charge, say, if the true cost of a swim is $20, but we charge $10, so to speak, is there a way that we could say the default expectation is everyone who uses this facility is paying $20? They're non-resident unless they show proof of as Edmonton residents to buy a membership or something like that. And if they show they are an Edmontonian, then they get half price admissions. That way we could capture, like, because there's going to be so many other visitors from out of town, tournaments, Fort McMurray, all over northern Alberta coming into this facility.
Yeah, it's possible. There would be administrative costs to that to try and scan everyone as they come in or determine their residency. There are municipalities that do have non-resident fees. Again, I wouldn't suggest we do it simply for this facility. We have many that serve the region. And Edmontonians also use facilities in our neighboring jurisdictions as we go back and forth across our borders.
Yep, and I welcome paying a little more if I go out to the Dow in Fort Sask as well. I'm a non-resident. I don't pay taxes there. That's fair. I guess where I'm struggling is, like, this is already a very expensive project for Edmontonians. Is there some other way that, because it really is for the whole region, is there a way that we can bring the region in? It's whether it's at the parking stall, whether it's at the till when they buy their admission, or whether it's their municipality sending over a check to support.
I mean, it's possible. I would suggest the primary motivation was to serve the 95,000 Edmontonians in the catchment area. We know people travel across municipal borders. We certainly have interlocking schedules from minor sport groups where teams are playing back and forth across the borders. So it's possible, but again, if there's something council wanted to do, I wouldn't recommend we do it only for this one facility. It would probably need to be a bigger decision around non-resident pricing for city services.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be absolutely remarkable, and I mean, just looking at the joy that Confederation Park brings, the Coronation Rec Center brings to everyone now that it's open, it is great. I'm just wondering, is there any other way that we can minimize the burden to Edmontonians?
Councillor Jans, Alyssa LaLiberty with Economic Investment Services. From a regional development perspective, we are in the process of negotiating our ICFs and IDPs with our regional partners. So there's not a mechanism to require them to fund these things. It would be more on a voluntary basis. With Lewis Farms in particular, the timing is problematic in the ICF IDP discussion. So traditionally, we'd be asking before decisions are made about these facilities. So this is something we're exploring for things that would be new in the future, not necessarily something we could do in the past.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Okay, thank you. Well, maybe on that thread, and forgive me, I thought that there had been a motion around looking at arena usage by residency. Am I misremembering?
I don't remember a specific motion, but certainly our allocation priorities go to Edmonton minor sport groups. They need to have at least 75% Edmontonians to get into the pool. There is some sharing back and forth as leagues go back and forth, but it's an equal number of games that go back and forth. So the primary for all of our amenities, for arenas, for pools, for gymnasiums, they go to Edmonton groups first. If there's time left over, then we'll put it on the market to sell to whomever may be interested, but Edmonton first for sure on the rentals.
Okay, yeah, well, and I think, I think even just for me to have an understanding, and do we have the ability to connect with the region and sort of do a cross-border analysis? Because I think right now we're unfortunately only working on assumptions. I don't know if more people come to Edmonton than Edmontonians go out. And I'm just wondering if that's a conversation that's been initiated at all.
Not from a technical standpoint, Councillor Stevenson, but generally, yes. If you want something with more rigor, that would be new work we'd have to look at.
Okay, thank you for that. Maybe something to consider as a subsequent. Just really briefly, appreciate the work that the teams have done. I think, this presentation is focused on, the capital savings that have been found. Am I correct in assuming that the approaches that have been taken to capital savings will also translate into some operational savings?
I mean, some of the policy impacts that council's approved are still included as part of this. An example of that is what was formerly the climate resilience policy, so the sustainable building policy. So C532 was applied. There are aspects of that work that have driven the design outcomes. So things like we do have solar PV on this facility. It's not at the same degree as the more modernized and updated policy, but so there are aspects of the design that absolutely will drive operational benefits.
Well, and I'm thinking even just from a really strict square footage, smaller square footage is less heating, less cooling.
Absolutely, Councillor. The changes, particularly in the aquatic center, will dramatically bring down our operating costs.
Okay.
But utilities, personnel, it is a smaller building, less lifeguards, less water to treat and heat, so.
Great. Okay, I think.
And I can just add, I think some of the things that are still in the program are really important, such as having 2 sheets of ice and not reducing it to a single sheet of ice. We know the demand for ice is very high. We also know that then we can have one Zamboni and we can, sorry that I'm not supposed to use the brand name. We have one thing and we can share some of those resources for running the facility. Also, the design of the facility, while architecturally simplified, still retains that single point of entry with a single desk in the middle, so that we don't have different doors with different staff operating that kind of entry function. And so all of that has been maintained despite some of the efficiencies found.
Right. Well, and I think that's an important point in that you spoke about diminishing returns, but there's also just a point at which it's false savings or not maximizing infrastructure and equipment that would have to be purchased anyways.
And that is effectively where we're at. We could spend $1 redesigning it and saving $1.
Yeah.
But would you rather just spend $1 and actually have something tangible that drives long-term value over the life cycle of that facility?
Yeah, and while we're not waiting for construction prices to continue going up.
I've never seen them come down.
Yeah, well, and just on that note, so really appreciate the clarity that this number will be made public, that there's just some finalization of procurement. Just given some of our recent experiences with, when we put RFPs out, we're getting bids that are higher than we're anticipating. Do you feel that that's a risk in terms of?
We do, and I understand, and I think as administration we support the goals of council's transparency, but there becomes a limit, I think, to some of that, and it's hard to quantify it, but certainly, I'm sure there's a contractor watching this discussion as we speak right now. This is a very public forum where a lot of these details, if I were a contractor, I'd be dedicating or assigning staff to watch this and listen today to be able to hear that.
And so again, maintaining it in private for the short term is really preserving our opportunities to deliver best value to Edmontonians, but we are committed to that transparency after that risk has been mitigated.
Yeah, and that's why we included the message to say this is really just a short-term thing. We're prepared to make this public as soon as possible. Just by virtue of this being tax-supported debt, we know that there are some bylaws that are attached as part of that process, so those processes would be very transparent, and we would be done by that point.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Clark?
Great, thank you, Mayor Knack. I don't know how much time we need to spend today going through the past and how we got here. I think anybody can do a quick Google search and see where this process went. And as much as I like to talk about the past, so I don't think we need to do that. So, I mean, I think really, the question for me today is, if we get into private and we look at this, this budget shortfall and we approve it, the question is how do we try to recover some of these costs, right, from a capital side or an operating side on the city perspective? Have we looked at any of those, I don't want to say departments or avenues or something that kind of help make this up?
I think, Councillor, what I would say is, because this is borrowing, it's not simply taking something from here to put here, but as administration, are we working on ideas going into the 4-year budget for council that we are bringing forward? Absolutely.
Yeah, I do expect that we'd be looking at that in the 4-year kind of budget cycle. And then that sort of leads me like, what about operational savings there too? Have we looked at any kind of ideas there that kind of help here?
Well, I think just in terms of the question that was already asked about that, we absolutely have factored in how to optimize the operational savings through the life cycle. I think one thing I'd want to identify as part of this, and as much as today we have a very project-specific request outlining a request for capital funding in a negative shortfall position, there are other projects that, in upcoming SCBAs where you will see the opposite. We don't often, I think this is something we reflect on as our administration. When we release savings on a project, for instance, I don't write a report to you and we don't come in front of you and tell you that we saved $5 million on Coronation, and don't hold me to that, but
I wish you did, yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's something I know, honestly, in reflecting on this, and we've talked about this, is we have to do better at, is so that we're not just coming to you with asks, but we're also telling you where we're volunteering debt capacity on other projects.
Yeah, Councillor, I would just add, back in 2016, there were full P3 assessments done on the project before it started. 2021, we did a secondary expression of interest to the market to see if there were other opportunities for operators, other financing tools, that ended up still coming with the recommendation to continue as we are today. So we did, through the life of this project, looked at a number of different options, different models. And then, of course, coming forward, the new user-fee policy will be in front of council shortly. Our equity audit will be coming forward on programming and sort of priorities. So there's a number of pieces coming to review the leisure access program. So some of that look at subsidies and user fees will be before council this spring as well.
And if I just can make a comment, we kept some of those spaces in the building, such as, for vendors to rent and be a part of the building. We could have reduced that footprint, but we know that while that might have been a capital savings, it affects on the operating of the long-term building. And so we've retained that because it helps support the overall long-term cost of the building to have partners and have spaces in the building.
Yeah, I'm not doubting that we found all the savings possible, and as toured the facility and seen that, I totally get it. You guys have done everything you can there. I think kind of one of the things that I was just going to go, you touched on a little bit, I think you kind of went on it, Roger, was just, I guess maybe explain to me, and maybe just the public, how the budgeting process for these large projects has changed since we started this back in, was it 2018 or even before then?
Yeah, I think I can answer that. And we've got a bit of a gated process to help with these types of large capital investments. So the idea is that council doesn't get or feel as trapped into decision-making at times. So in the past, we had a number of projects where we didn't invest up front in things like planning and design. The project scope was very, there was misalignment in terms of council's expectations, public expectations, administration's ability to be able to deliver on a project. So we've made a concerted effort over the recent years to make sure that we've invested in the front-end planning and design work so that we could bring the results of that work forward to council so that you could evaluate it and get alignment as to, and a better cost and forecast for that work, so you didn't feel stuck. And I think that it's not a perfect solution. It still doesn't mean that every project won't have a budget request. That is still a risk that still can happen, like we are experiencing here today. But the idea is that the amount or severity and the frequency would be reduced dramatically. So we do make sure with our large projects that we do make sure that we go to council first to ask for planning and design. We present the results of that work before we ask for the construction funding.
Thank you, Councillor Palmer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation and the update. I've been hearing from people around the area around traffic concerns. Can you share a little bit about traffic with the new facility with us?
Yeah, the site is located on a district park. It's the district park abuts an arterial roadway, which is expected to have fairly high volume. The primary access point for the facility is expected to come from both the north and the east side of the parking lot. So the project or the traffic volumes are expected to be distributed through those two access points. We have confirmed that through the traffic impact assessment that those roadways do have enough capacity to service that facility. The thing about a rec center is that demand for the traffic is spread throughout fairly consistently throughout the day. There are peak periods that happen both in the morning and the afternoon, usually after school. I think the thing that we're more concerned at this point is being able to monitor some of the work that's happening around. The Edmonton Catholic School District is proposed to build a high school adjacent to this. They're still in the very early phases of that work. So we need to make sure that their work also considers the traffic impact with the facility, the rec center, as well as their own traffic being generated from that high school. So as it sits right now as a rec center, we feel confident that the existing network supports it. We need to make sure that when the Catholic School District does their planning for the high school, that we make sure that we add that on as well.
I would just also comment anecdotally, and I think some folks have been out there. The site was generally a field when we started, and now there are so much development has come up around that. And I think, when we look at the rec center kind of being a catalyst and spurring development, we know there's been development across the city, but I think we can see absolutely high density development all around the park, around the rec center.
Yeah, thank you for that. And good to know that the traffic impact assessment has been done, and you'll continue to monitor that or who will continue in the city to monitor that when the rec center opens?
That process happens through the urban planning and environment as part of the permitting process. So when the school district comes forward with their plans, they'll have to submit a traffic impact assessment to support their development permit, like we did when we applied for our own development permit.
Okay. Thank you. When we build large projects like this, can you talk to me a little bit about contingencies and what contingencies are built into the budget?
One of the things that's unique about this project is because of when it was approved, it had a price kind of pre-COVID. So this project would have had a price at a point in time of 2018, 2019, that in 2022 was updated, which was far larger. Council was very clear in direction, and that's what we've been seeking, is to bring it back to that 2019 price. And so that's what we've been working on. And so that would affect, it would be different than we came to you with an all-in price today that would have a contingency. This project has been both fighting inflation and trying to bring back that and find savings from that price that would have been at the case in 2022.
And typically, the city of Edmonton probably does do about a 10% contingency typically, is that correct?
It depends. It varies based on the, what's the word? Inversely relational to the amount of design work. So as your design effort goes up, your contingency generally goes down. And that's because you have more information to inform what the scope of work is, and you're closer to the timeline of construction.
Okay, I just know that when we were building our community league, the city of Edmonton had recommended a 10% contingency to community leagues who are building large projects like that. So I assume that it was similar.
At a concept level stage, you might see something that's plus or minus 50%. As you work through preliminary design, it might be 30, detailed design 15, 10. Once you're in construction, generally you're 10 minus. So at this point, we're at a very, very, as the presentation outlined, we have 24 months to go. Our contracts are almost all finalized. Our contingency amounts have pretty much been exhausted at this point. We're not expecting a lot of risk.
Okay, and just to, when I read the numbers, it was 427 is what was expected. So council at that time directed a 28% decrease to the price to build. That's correct?
Essentially, in fall of 2021, when council reapproved it after having the project sat on the shelf for about 18 months, it had gone from approximately a 311 forecast to approximately 427. So basically, the team's mandate at that point was to come up with approximately $120 million of savings.
Thank you. Councillor Tang?
Great. So Jason, just earlier you said that a lot of other projects actually, there are savings that we don't hear about. Is there enough saving to make up for the shortfall here? And I know there are like some of them are different financial instruments, but I'm just trying to gauge.
I guess it's hard to, I don't think I can answer that right now.
Okay.
It depends on how long. But I would perhaps maybe ask some questions in the spring SCBA as part of that, because as part of that,
Sounds good.
in our work in preparing for the SCBA, one of the things we often do is we reforecast our debt capacity. So our project teams and working with finance is asked to reforecast our projections, and as part of that, typically there is an adjustment that happens through that process.
Okay.
That Harm and his team, as part of finance, usually present as part of the SCBA process.
I will remember to come back to that at that time. We have a letter from the Accessibility Advisory Committee, and for my colleagues who haven't seen it, it came in through the council correspondence, and I'm happy to share in chat again. I guess one of the questions, one of the concerns is that when budget is constrained, accessibility features are some of the first to go. We've seen that example even with Booster Juice Rec Center. Can you talk a little bit about what had been retained, what has been lost, if any?
I'm not sure I can answer that. I would say that the facility still meets the intent of our current accessibility policy. If it doesn't, I'd be happy to hear how it doesn't and follow up accordingly.
Okay.
And I think accessibility is a focus in that. So for example, our arenas are sledge compliant, and so that has been maintained. So you can get onto the ice surface with no kind of bumps or lips, and there is a focus on accessibility throughout.
That's good to hear, because that's actually one of the examples they used for the Booster Juice, because that was inadvertently lost through the design process. And the committee is very appreciative that you actually do have a advisory body on this element. So I imagine as we get closer to construction, there will be walkthroughs for committee members that they can participate.
Absolutely.
I also just want to, I appreciate that administration has found $90 million of saving by deferring some of the projects. So I just want to confirm, these projects that were deferred, were they incorporated? So they're not included in this current request?
Correct.
Okay, but by being deferred, are we anticipating a future ask sometime down the road?
I think at this point, the project team recognized that some decisions would be easier than others, and if the community or council had concerns with the team's direction as it related to the project, they wanted to be able to protect that future flexibility for council and the public. So ultimately, I defer to, again, future priorities, budget availability. If that is something that council is interested in reintroducing as part of this project, we have preserved that ability to do so.
Okay. So, and then you mentioned that when we made these various budget adjustments previously, we asked administration to find $120 million in saving. To date, you found 90, correct?
Correct. Yep.
What about that extra 30? Is there still room for that? Or is
That's
that just
our
trying?
in private discussion.
Yeah, okay. So essentially we can't, and then this is where we landed at this point.
Correct. We were building the plane while we were flying it,
Yeah.
and we just need to finish one of the wings. I don't know how to finish that
okay.
analogy, but yeah.
And then one of the things that is that will be incorporated in this request in the report is the solar and energy storage. Is there any operational cost saving that can come from that? And could we make up the funding as the facility goes into operation?
Yeah, no, that's exactly why something like that was preserved and protected as part of the project scope, recognizing that there is a payback related to the solar PV. So that is factored into our projections for the operating impacts of capital.
Okay. So that's why you chose that feature versus some of the others, correct?
Correct. Like,
Okay.
for example, we don't have geothermal heating or something like that for this project because the
doesn't have the
payback
same
is
return.
very, very long.
Okay, yeah. Just a really last 30-second quick question. Just for the daycare space, can you remind me what was the impetus for re-including that? Because it was removed in 2021. Now it's added back.
There was, at the time we were working on that, there was some direction for council about including daycare spaces in more public buildings, more city buildings.
So just policy.
So, yeah,
Okay.
not necessarily policy, but there was some direction that would be a good thing to do. So we've included the daycare space that a future operator would fit up, and then child minding.
Thank you.
They'll be operated.
Thank you. I'm just going to, before I go to our next counselor on the list, I think I have our next group. This is the next group within the grade 6 class from Holyrood School. And the teacher here is Jay Lane. Hello, and good welcome everyone. Your counselor is Counselor Ashley Salvador there, who's very excited to see you, as we all are. So I believe this group has now completed their mock council. No, we're still, group 3 will have done their mock council by the time they come back. So group 2 is not. So for group 2, where's our mayor again? Where's our mayor right now? Hello, Mayor. Yes. Oh, is that Mayor Ruby, I think, from before? Is that right? Yeah, Mayor Ruby, do you want to come down to the podium and tell us what you're going to be discussing? I had a chance to say hello to Mayor Ruby before. That's why I remember here. I'm usually terrible with names, so I'm just happy I remembered that one for once in my life. Well, Mayor Ruby, do you want to tell us what you're going to be discussing as a group today? And just come right up to that microphone. You can come right up and then we can hear you loud and clear.
We're discussing should e-scooters be allowed on sidewalks in Edmonton.
Should e-scooters be allowed to be on sidewalks in Edmonton? That's fantastic. I'm excited to hear about that. Are you feeling ready to run that meeting?
No.
No? That's fair. I always worry about chairing meetings. Sometimes, I pretend I know what I'm doing, and then some things just go wild and interesting. So I remember, because I think it was in the gray, we had a gray hat, our clerk up there too. Yeah, so rely on your clerk, because if you don't know what you're doing or if you feel nervous, your clerk, just like for me, I get to rely on our clerk right here who helps keep me in order and remind me if I've done something wrong. So you can rely on your clerk and work together to run a really good meeting. So thank you so much for coming here today. Thank you to all of you for coming here today, and welcome to City Hall, and I hope you enjoy your mock council. You can grab your seat. Thank you very much. Do you ever give them a pep talk, Madam Clerk, the other school clerks? Do you let them know how to run a tight ship?
I love talking to the other clerks.
Good, excellent. I appreciate that. All right, Councillor Wright is next. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Councillor Tang asked about accessibility requirements. Do you look at not only physical accessibility, but things like quiet rooms or sensory rooms?
I'm actually not too sure. I think that's something I would have to get back to you. I know I would have to assume our accessibility policy is inclusive, and it's not just considering physical disabilities, but you're catching me on that one.
Okay.
I would just also say that on this project as a major project for us, we would have our own teams, our own policy, but also our architectural firm would look at things like accessibility requirements. And while I don't have the example of the quiet room, I know that our safety and environmental design, an example for you is our washrooms or the change rooms coming off the pool are now open to the lockers with private changing cubicles for individuals to change, but that allows a line of sight into the locker room so that people can be more safe, and their stuff, and it can prevent some of the property piece. So there's still privacy for people, individual bathrooms, change rooms, but the area where your stuff and people congregate is open to the pool. And so there is a safety and accessibility built into that.
Okay, but not necessarily, and you're not sure right now at this time whether there is any separate space, for that quiet.
We do not have a quiet room, no.
Okay.
But we do, Council, like different things operating. We'll find spaces. If there's big events, we'll create those spaces for people. We're looking at different furniture. We've been working the group around sort of now neurodivergent furniture and spaces in the building. So on the operating side, we'll be looking at the spaces that are there and then how we use them to create more accessible spaces.
Okay, so if needed in the future, things could be rejigged, expanded, whatever. Okay. And then You'd mentioned that almost all the contracts are now finalized, and is that at a set price then? That we wouldn't expect any more major cost increases?
Would prefer to answer that question in
Okay.
private, if
Sorry,
possible.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, then that's all I have, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador, can you take the chair?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Just a few quick questions. And I know Councillor Clark was saying I don't want to dwell too much on the past. Wouldn't just mind spending a little bit of time more talking about learnings here, because again, this is actually a very rare circumstance where something is over budget on our capital projects. About 95% of our capital projects finish on or under budget, and I think that accounts for typically close to 99% of our entire capital spent. That's our normal situation, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, and I think that was even shared in yesterday's capital update. Sadly, with the greatest of respect to all my colleagues standing and sitting, I don't think that got a lot of coverage yesterday, as it normally doesn't, because it's usually not the topic of point. This will probably get coverage because it is what it is. We'll see if hopefully they can be combined together as part of the dialogue today about the importance of talking about the overall numbers and this specific piece. So with that in mind, anything else? I mean, this started before. The schematic design was approved in 2014 at $3.5 million. Then it was a detailed design. Then it was approved and put on hold. And so this certainly didn't follow this typical process we have since had in place for a number of years. Is that correct?
Yeah, and I think what this project really shows us a little bit is the importance of time on projects. And so I think the other piece of information that came out in the news yesterday, the mayor of Quebec City spoke about the value that the city of Edmonton has on our LRT projects by moving when we did. And I think there was a clip of him saying that you certainly will not get the same price that Edmonton got on our LRT projects now as a city going into a new LRT project. And so I think that time value of money is really important on our capital. So a price from 2018, the same thing was more expensive in 2022 and even more expensive in 2026. And so I think that that's always something to keep in mind when we're comparing things, is that you can't buy this what you could in 2018 now in 2026. Right. And we know that the public is experiencing that too. Right.
And I think the main thing, on top of that, the other thing that I think is relevant is the project development delivery model that we currently operate under, which has been audited now multiple times by the university, by Stantec, by our own auditor, which has shown it's one of the best models. This wasn't in place when the first body of work was approved.
Yeah, and I think, again, anytime you pause a design with a price and then you bring that back, it's going to change depending on inflation. Yeah. And we happen to have, since 2020, been in a period where that inflation curve is steeper.
That's right. So what I think the main question that I want to just ask, I mean, I sort of know the answer, but this is one I think it's important to ask very publicly on this, is because this was approved before we had the model that we had, there was greater opportunity for risk on price. Why we don't see a lot of issues of most of our projects, why we see the vast majority of our projects come in on or under budget now, is because we operate under a completely different model that started being overhauled in 2015, but wasn't really fully in place until the end of that capital budget cycle. Is that you're correct? I mean, I know you've only joined us for a while, but I believe I'm also looking to yourself and those who have been around a while. That is my understanding, is we did not have this in place, that model, until really the last, it would have been the 2019 to 2022 budget was the first 4-year budget where we were fully operational under the PDDM model. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, that's just important context to talk about on this. So, and yes, I think those will be all my questions. I'll take the chair back.
Richard.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, I think I just want to leap off of some of the mayor's line of questioning and just, I agree, some of the major projects that have made headlines were approved, budget approved, well before a lot of the costs. I'm thinking about Yellowhead, I'm thinking about some of the LRT projects. Like, these are decade-long projects. Same with now where we are today with this item in front of us. But then I also think about some of the ones that have come forward that were approved in this 4-year budget and that have had cost overruns, like the fire hall. So my question to you is, you know, regardless of kind of understanding how we got where we are with this decision, how are we making sure for the next 4-year budget, you know, I'm thinking about the 6 new fire halls that EFFU is saying we need. How are we making sure that we are not in that same predicament in the future with this model?
Thank you, Councillor. And I think there's a couple pieces in mind that are always true on capital, and our model works to try to mitigate that risk. At the beginning of a project, until we know what it is, where it is, what the scope, how big is it going to be, what kind of things are in it, you know, the estimate can be based on something we've done before. So last fire hall cost this. As we go forward and as we work with our partners that we provide service to across this corporation, we define what we need. Once we start getting to design, and so that design point at 30%, at 50%, at 75%, we're going to have a lot less risk. And so we're going to start seeing, we actually know what we're building, we know what the materials are. And so what I would say is the more we can be sure of exactly what we're building early, where it's going to be, the more we can manage risk and have tight pricing. So we do put in, you know, allowances for that uncertainty at the beginning and narrow as we go forward. But changes along the way, either pausing that you're going to deal with inflation, or changing a location or changing scope, are going to require us to have a new estimate on that project. And so I think what I'm really trying to do going into our next budget and next tranche is to be really honest and open about what we know and what we don't know on different projects. I think too, sometimes we have to deal with a bit of like an optimism where, you know, we want to try something new and we want to find savings. We have to make sure that that's real and that we can deliver.
Yeah, and I would say, you know, thinking of those fire halls, if I recall correctly, we approved complete funding even though there wasn't even concept at that point, right? So that's the difference. So I guess my question is, in the 4-year budget, are you going to be recommending more checkpoints? I know from a councillor, especially in any given ward, we love when we can say something is fully funded. Politically, that's great, but it does add to the risk and where we end up with. Are you going to be recommending more, you know, if there are new projects for growth, that we only approve to checkpoint 3, for example, as opposed to full funding?
We're working with our partners, including our partners in the budget office, and I say that they can jump in on understanding what we need to give to council in terms of you understanding your overall debt situation and what we can project, but also what is that point in time when we have an actual budget for a particular project, and making sure that we don't get too far ahead when we actually don't know what it is yet, when we don't have the concept, we don't know a fire hall, we don't know how many bays, we don't know if we have MR land, we don't know if we're going to have a partner.
Or like with Athlone, we originally had it in Cumberland.
Yes.
And so we didn't know,
So
we didn't have contamination factored in because it was
Right.
a different parcel.
Right, and a changing location requires certain things in terms of design. Can we adapt? Absolutely.
Okay, that helps. Thank you.
Did you want to move another round? I think
Sure,
it's-
yeah, I'm happy to move another round.
Second.
Thank you, and seconded by Councillor Wright. Please vote for another round.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. Councillor Clark.
Great, thank you, Mayor. Just had one kind of question I didn't get to in my first round here. Okay, so in the presentation, I think JC talked about it, that we mitigated best we could on hyperinflation issues. We couldn't have seen that coming, right? Up to $90 million in savings, that's good news. But really the no standard model could have predicted these budget challenges that we faced over this period. So really, the big question for me kind of is this: if we're building these large city-owned facilities that take up to a decade from the original planning, design, and whatever to build them out, is it simply too risky for a municipality, like in our current budget realities, to take these on ourselves?
Well, I think this is one of the things where, and I can't remember if Jesse's speaking notes had this, but one thing I would flag as part of this to kind of help with some of that inflationary risk management is we actually, one of the things council approved is our capital infrastructure delivery model policy. It used to be our P3 policy, and what that does is allow some better information around kind of the things and tools that administration uses to manage those things. So when you've got a project that's a multi-year project, and I'm thinking in this case, like this is a 4-year project, Southeast Transit Garage is a 4-year project, you can't use the same kind of tools that you would conventionally use to be able to deliver a project and go to market, because things like inflation, who's in the best position to hold and manage that risk? Do we think it's the private industry? And if so, they're going to make us pay for it? Or is it us, and then we hold that risk, and then we come to council iteratively to ask for adjustments? So I think we have done things specifically with Lewis to use a construction management approach or tool that has allowed us to kind of look at things so that we're buying things in the current market for the current time, looking kind of at 6-month increments or 12-month increments based on the work that we have scheduled to do. And that's why now we're at the process where all those trade packages have been basically put out to market. So the building envelopes closed, the mechanical and electrical systems have been procured, the interior finishes are being done, the landscaping is being done. We didn't ask for a landscaping price when we started the foundations. We asked for the landscaping price halfway through the project when we knew that timing was imminent. And what that does is make sure that when we're getting pricing, that we're getting it more relevant to the cost and current climate. So I'm not sure if that helps answer the question, but the idea here is we want to be able to buy things that we need right now, not things 4 years from now, because if we try to go to market and ask for something 4 years from now, we're going to pay dearly for it.
And I think the other point I would just make is we use a variety of models of procuring. So from completely us holding 100% design risk in a traditional model to all the way to P3 models. And I think one of the things that we're trying to do, and we have our expression of interest out, is, are there some things that others will deliver for us? I think in the case of a major project like this rec center, the scale of it and the aquatic element, this would have a lot of risk. And I know there was twice before this project came out, asked to the market of someone to come to the table and take risk with us from the city. I understand and don't believe that there was a partner willing to put money on the table and jointly take risk for the city. So I think certain projects that are maybe smaller in scale might be a better position for that private sector or that public partner to take risk with us. Our aquatic center in this facility, I think, is akin to a water treatment plant. It's a complex piece of infrastructure. And so it might actually figuring out exactly what scale, but to our conversations we've had before, we're willing to look at all options.
That's it.
Great. I don't see anyone else on the board, and I think we've exhausted all our questions, it looks like then. So anyone wishing to speak to the motion can click on and... Oh, sorry, do people have any private questions? Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize, I thought people were going to say clicked on my fault. My apologies. So then I'm happy to take a...
I'll move that we go into private.
Second.
Subject to sections 29 and 30 of the Access to Information Act.
Okay, that's moved by Councillor Tang, seconded by Councillor Elliott. Please vote to go into private.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried.
We're live.
Thank you very much. I think the doors are opening up and folks will be coming back in. Just before we go to speaking to it, I wouldn't mind asking one question that I think actually can be asked in public that came up. So, Councillor Salvador, can you take the chair? Thank you. It's a great question that I think I'm just going to wait a second because I want to make sure we get folks in the room here. I think it's important for folks to be in the room, so I'm actually going to take back the chair for a moment as we just wait for folks to be let back in the room. Doors are open, but I think there's a lot of public interest, and so I think it's only reasonable to allow our colleagues from the media to come back in since they seem to be interested. Colleagues, connections, people that work here. There we go. All right, perfect. We've had the door. Anyone who was waiting has made their way in, it looks like. So I'll turn the chair over to Councillor Salvador.
Chair.
Thank you. One other question that did come up that I think we actually can talk about publicly, and that's why I just wanted to make sure we ask it, is, you know, I don't think we're the only city facing these types of financial pressures. And so do you have any information about other cities that are dealing with this? Are we, you know, or are we an anomaly in this case?
In terms of fighting inflation on construction?
Yeah, I'm wondering if you have any other examples. Have you heard from any other cities that are facing similar inflationary pressures?
Absolutely. I think all communities are facing this pressure with the rising costs, and you know, just like Edmontonians are in their day-to-day things. We do track and talk to our colleagues in other cities. I think our team has identified that Regina is going through a similar situation on an aquatic facility there, and theirs has not even started construction. And so I also stay in contact with colleagues from other municipalities, large municipalities who are facing increased costs, and in some cases costs that they're getting for estimates now are much higher than what we've been able to lock into this project.
Okay. Do you? I don't know if they're not. Do you know if their numbers are public on theirs? I'm just curious if we have a sense of scope. Like, if they are, it'd be nice to get a sense of like, what were they budgeting? What are they facing for challenges?
Yeah, I understand that the information's widely available. We've monitored it as part of the media monitoring, but effectively what we've heard is that they are experiencing and have had to approve a $40 million adjustment for, I believe their aquatic center is roughly $240 million. So in scale, it's fairly comparable to what we have proposed here with Lewis Farms.
Okay, that's helpful. I just wanted to get a sense of what we're seeing and hearing. So, okay, those are all my questions. I'll take the chair back.
Returned.
Thank you. And then I'm going to get the information for our guests here, and then we will be able to start speaking to this. Thank you very much. But first, this is the last of the classes from the grade 6 group in Holyrood School. And of course, your city councillor is Councillor Ashley Salvador, waving over there for you. We are joined by their teacher, Zed Lavoie, I believe, and of course, Ward Métis. And so you have had a tour. You've also had a chance to do a mock city council meeting, I'm guessing, right? And where is the mayor of your mock? Mayor, did you want to come down and tell us a little bit about what you discussed and what your decision was? We'd love to hear from you. There you go. Appreciate that safety as you come down the stairs, everyone. That's right. And what's your first name?
Owen.
Mayor Owen, so excited to have you here. What did your class debate? What was the topic?
Should bikes...
And you want to get really close to that microphone a little bit there? Huh?
Should all ages be allowed on sidewalks with bikes?
Oh, okay. And what did your group decide?
They should have all ages on bikes on sidewalks.
All ages on bikes on sidewalks. And how close was the vote? What was the vote count?
Everybody chose.
Unanimous vote. Excellent. Okay, well, I appreciate you sharing that, letting us know that decision. What was one of the main reasons the people voted in favor of it?
It was more safer and less dangerous for cars.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mayor Owen, for sharing that. Thank you to the entire class for being here. It's a pleasure to have you. You're welcome to grab your seat again, but thank you all for being here, everyone. Appreciate it. Wonderful. Excellent. Well, now we are going to be speaking to this. Feel free to click on. Oh, there we go. If you want to click on. I'll click on. If nobody else is going to click on, except Jeremy's running, you're all going to run. Don't fall, please, with your cameras. Anyways, okay. Well, if nobody else is going to click on, I guess I'll click on. Councillor Salvador, can you take the chair?
I have the chair.
Oh, thank you. Memory lane, it's a beautiful place. Talk about it from time to time. There's our 2014, December, there was a debate at the time about approving schematic design versus detailed design. It was a $3.5 million to about a $10 million difference. The overall project at the time was projected to be $190 million. At the time, the vote only was to proceed with schematic design, and I think the quote I remember, what was it? I pulled it up for fun here. Let's see. The reason they didn't go to the full detailed design to be able to get to that higher level of certainty, because not unlike every other year, there's always this tension of conflicting needs and financial pressures. At the time, I think it was Councillor McKean had said, I think this council is dedicated to this project. It's just a matter of timing. Then Councillor Gibbons said, we'll get this done for you, but it might be left up to the next council, which it was. Next council approved it in 2019. After the provincial budget came out, which changed the fiscal framework of the city charter, we then had to put it on pause for 6 months. And then we put it on pause 6 months later after approval, and then it didn't get restarted again until December 2021. And as we have seen, every time these different steps happen, there are costs that rise, there are programs that we lose. We lost a lot of good infrastructure and good programming in the space. While I'm very pleased with what's been made to try to keep this cost down as much as possible, on top of the work that's in this report, there was work done in the previous reports to remove certain programs and services that we know would be beneficial. And that's a hard place to be. So I just share that just to, it's a tale as old as time. We will see it on future capital projects. There's always going to be a time where there's these tension points. We don't have the money today to do something, and then the costs will escalate. We do not have enough infrastructure funding. Municipalities have received about a 66% infrastructure funding cut since 2011. That has made it hard to deliver on all the programs and services and infrastructure that we need. Nevertheless, we keep going. And I think for me, we have to support this. We have to make sure we see this through to the end and open up this incredibly critical community hub. It's already seen a lot of changes and adjustments. I think our city staff have done an incredible job trying to find every single penny they could before coming here. I mentioned in the questions, it's exceptionally rare for this to happen, and I do think it is worth repeating over and over again that the vast majority of city projects finish on budget or under budget. And that doesn't mean we shouldn't think about these and be critical about this. I think there's been a lot of great questions from this council about asking tough questions, but I also want to make sure we remind Edmontonians about how much work goes into this day in and day out. And this is a project that started under the old project development model, which really was, felt a little loose at the time, if we're being honest. At the time, when we used to, before the PDDM, we used to approve the entire project budget without having completed any detailed design. That would be like asking somebody to renovate your basement or update your basement and them just getting a video screenshot of you showing what the basement looks like and say, can you give me a rough quote? That's what we used to do. That isn't great practice. That has since been changed. Now, typically, in most cases, we actually have them come in and do a detailed analysis to provide a detailed framework to help provide a better, more realistic budget estimate. So I just wanted to make sure folks also knew about the work that the city has done to transform our project management process. I said it in the questions, but it's been audited multiple times now to ensure that we are following good practice. And even with all of those changes, it is important to know we will never be at 100% on budget, as much as we try relentlessly. But we have heard that over and over again, and so I know we'll continue to work to maintain as best as possible. And by making the changes we've made, we reduce the risk of situations like this and reduce the potential for larger discrepancies. But at the end of the day, this is a critically important community hub. Not approving this means removing even more programming or pushing it off in a significant way and not actually seeing the cost benefit of saying no. So I would encourage folks to support this change to ensure we deliver the right programs for everyone at the right budget. So I'll take the chair back.
Returned.
I'll go to Councillor Rutherford.
I've been really thinking about this item and what to say. You know, coming into today, I was still oscillating back and forth about yes or no. There's pros and cons to both. You know, saying no would see some significant impacts to both our operational revenue generating side. It would see some area of the city that we know is growing and needs recreation services maybe getting a half finished. And then if it's half finished, then again down the road, we're gonna end up paying more to finish those pieces. So it's hard to say no where we are today. And I appreciate what Councillor Clark, the ward representative for this area where Lewis Farms will be, said about we don't wanna rehash how we got here, for sure. But I think make no mistake about it, you know, this is a great example of how as a councillor, we have to make decisions in the best interest of Edmonton and not for the area that we specifically represent. And this is the best decision for Edmonton to continue to move this project forward and have this accessible to not just residents in that one particular area, but regionally. And we know we need more ice rinks. We know we need more pools. We know we need more of these things. And I have no doubt that Edmontonians and residents across the region will use this space. So to have it be a shell of itself is not an option for me. It's just not. Whether I agree with how we got to here or not. But I think, you know, to the heart of what I hope we learn, not administration, but council collectively as we go into the 4-year budget, is being cautious about what we approve and at what stage we approve it at. I really would like to see more, if we're going to approve growth projects, are we approving them to different checkpoints rather than approving the entire budget for any of our capital projects that haven't even had concept? Because that's how we end up here, frankly. And so I really want that to be a lesson for us to take away as we think about what we approve in our capital budget cycle that we'll be imminently discussing and debating at length, I'm imagining, in November 2026. But make no mistake about it, this, you know, I know there's some concern about what we lose. We do, and I think that like we have to recognize that there will be things from a growth perspective that we won't be able to approve in this 4-year budget cycle because we approve this today. Like that's the reality of what we're saying yes to, because we have already talked about how we are going to limit our growth. We're going to focus on renewal. And so this cost overrun does have what already would be a sliver of a pie for the capital budget. It does take another sliver out of that. It does. And, you know, and then I think this is important to highlight because it's directly related to recreation. I tried to get $400,000 to start the concept design for a playground for a neighborhood in the ward that doesn't have a playground. So we're talking about how important it is for for recreation access, but a $400,000 ask for the concept planning to move that along for a neighborhood of over 4,000 Edmontonians that does not even have a playground infrastructure was not supported. So I really think we need to also be thinking about that and some of those small investments that have the same value but don't have the same costs as this as we go into the 4-year budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chance?
Yeah, I mean, this is a tough one. I never supported the timing of doing Lewis when we did, but where we are now, I'm actually quite impressed with the work that administration has undertaken to make sure that we are being mindful of every single dollar, whether it's being spent on a rec center or an LRT project or a bridge or other pieces like that. So I believe that putting aside my own timing concerns, I think I feel confident in this stewardship and am prepared to support the recommendations on the table now. I will note that the fact that when we talk about cost escalations, let's talk about population escalations. Let's talk about 200,000 people in 4 years, and many of those folks are going to need a rec center. It is hustling and bustling. I go to many of the rec centers. I'm at the little kid stage of life, and the swimming lessons, if you don't sign up, you're not getting in. When you go to those change rooms, every boot spot on the boot rack is full. It is so busy. There is no parking at the facilities because they are booming. It is it's quite impressive. So I'll support the recommendation, and I guess I want to maybe humbly ask my colleagues that in past councils, multiple, there's sometimes been a culture where there's been some people who have voted for this item, voted for this item, voted for this item, voted for this item, and then ordered dessert, and when the budget has come due, they voted against the budget and said, well, I can't support this tax increase. I would ask, if I am going to go out on a limb and support things for all of us, I would ask that all of us view the budget process through the entirety, and that if we're going ahead here on supporting projects, that we don't get into I think somebody called it budget chicken, that game where different people have different interests, but, and just wanting to make sure that we all view this through that citywide lens, like Councillor Rutherford just said, and I hope we can get there, because truly this will be a remarkable facility that does benefit all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clark to close.
Great, thank you, Mayor. Okay, so we're in a spot where, a much-needed transformational project for the already densely populated West End and Ward Nakota, my ward, is really, it's scaled down, it's off schedule, and it's off budget from the original numbers when we started this project way back. And while I say that, we need to give credit, acknowledge that the current city admin really did grind as hard as they could to find all the savings without jeopardizing, I think, the intent and the nature of this facility. I've heard from my fellow colleagues and city men, this is kind of one of the last remaining large projects under the old model of budgeting policies that was set, kind of a detailed design is provided. And that was going in the budget, and that's changed, and that's continuing to evolve. So that's great, and in my opinion, is the appropriate process. So I'm really hopeful for all of our future projects that we're going to kind of take on as we go through this budget process. I'd also like to add that when I first became aware of this budget shortfall, which is really not that long ago, I did suggest a couple of unique ways to try to, make this funding gap a little bit less, right? Some private partnerships, some operational savings, and all those recommendations were welcome to consider. At the time where we're at in this project, it was really too late to try to get any of those things over the line. But I want to acknowledge that doesn't mean that they can't be something that happens in future projects as we kind of build out our budget and look at what we need to get for Edmontonians. So, really, as a mover of this motion, I support this inflation-driven budget gap request, as my council colleague said, is the best decision for really Edmonton all, not just the West End. I'll say but, and there's always a but. You know, you have my word that I'll do everything I can to try to make up this difference in both capital and operational savings wherever we can as we go through this next 4-year budget cycle. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please vote.
Councillor Stevenson is yes.
Thanks, Councillor Stevenson. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 11-1. And there we go. So there might be a subsequent, but we'll worry about that after lunch. So how we'll do this is after lunch, we are going to come back to item 7.4. We have 7.6, then 8.2, and we have motions pending. So we'll work through that in order. And in the meantime, we're going to be on recess until 1:30. Thank you very much, everyone.
Begin with the roll call. Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Hello. Councillor Morgan.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Jans.
Hello.
Hello. Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Hi. Councillor Clark.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Tang.
She's just coming.
I think she's on her way. Mayor Knack, I believe, is joining us shortly. Councillor Parmar.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Elliott.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So before we get started, I see we have some very special guests who are joining us in council chambers. Hi, everybody. So we have the grade 4 class from Joey Moss School with their teacher, B. Tershman from Ward Pehesawin. Thank you for joining us. Are you doing a full tour of City Hall? Yes? And do you do a mock council? Oh, okay, so not right now, but in the future. Okay, that's fantastic. Does anyone want to share favorite thing you've seen so far in City Hall on your tour? I see a few hands. Go ahead. You're gonna have to be really loud. The medicine wheel. Oh, that's such a good answer. I also really love that. One more? All the different art. You know what? Another class shared that yesterday, that they also really love all the art that's up on display in City Hall. Well, I hope you enjoyed the rest of your tour. Thank you so much for joining us. And just a shout out to your ward counselor, Councillor Mike Elliott. He's waving at you right now. Hopefully you get a chance to connect with him as well. But feel free to stick around for a little bit. We're going to be discussing some very exciting business. But if you decide to leave, it's okay. We will allow it. All right, a round of applause for these folks. Great. Thanks so much, everyone. Okay, now, just checking a message here. So just to clarify, I believe that there was a potential request to reconsider 7.3, but I'm now understanding that can wait. Councillor Principe, I'm just checking in with you on that.
Yes, I'm fine with that. Thank you for checking.
Great. Thank you so much. Okay, with that then, I believe we're moving on to 7.4, City Council's governance framework for council committees. So we will turn it over to administration for a presentation.
Thank you so much. My name is Aileen Giesbrecht. I'm the city clerk for the city of Edmonton, and with it today as part of the delegation is Nancy Jacobson, the Director of Governance and Legislative Services, as well as Janet Afone, who is our Legal Services Advisor, and Mele is up there, who I believe you have spent some quality time with this week. Sorry, she's over to my left, supporting council's governance structure. Just before we jump into our presentation, I just want to fully acknowledge all of the support and input that we received from all of the council advisory committees, as well as the council liaisons, administration, and as well as members of council from both this term and the previous term. So today we are presenting to you our proposed governance framework for council committees. This framework builds on several years of council direction, and the governance review framework focuses on providing clarity, consistency, and accountability across all council committees. While the majority of this presentation is already available online, there are a few slides that we would like to provide to you in camera. Next slide, please. So just a friendly reminder that council first directed a review of its governance review of its committees back in 2021, just before the last 2 elections ago. In response to that, the Office of the City Clerk did complete a governance review throughout 2022 and provided recommendations to council in 2023. Back during that discussion with council, there were 6 key areas of improvement identified. I would say those areas for improvement still do remain today. But since that time, there have been a number of improvements that have already been implemented, including term limits for appointments, attendance provisions and flexibility, clarifying the advisory versus advocacy roles, and increasing training, particularly around legislative compliance regarding meeting management. In addition, the city auditor also completed a council-directed or council-approved governance audit of its civic agencies in its work plan in 2023. This also identified additional governance observations, and there were many council-approved improvements that have already been implemented. However, there is still some strategic work that remains outstanding, particularly what we're bringing you today, that includes reviewing and updating council mandates and in strengthening the governance consistency across all. This proposed governance framework builds on all of the work I've just mentioned and provides a structured, measured approach to committee governance moving forward. I'm now going to turn it over to Nancy to walk you through the framework.
Thanks, Aileen. So before we take a look at the framework in detail, it's helpful if we have a shared understanding of terminology. Civic agencies are entities to which council makes an appointment. This may range from appointing all members of a board to appointing a single councillor advisor to an independent agency. While there are many types of civic agencies with different functions and relationships to the city, any entity where council as the elected governing body makes an appointment is a civic agency. Some of these entities receive significant funding from the city, and others may not. The governance relationship of council making an appointment to the agency is the defining feature. Next slide. Within this broad group of civic agencies, there are three separate categories. Council committees, which is the focus of our presentation today, are the agencies created by bylaw to perform an advisory function in support of council's decision-making. These entities are created by and fully accountable to council, and in most cases, all members of the committee are appointed directly by council. We currently have 12 council committees, of which 11 of which are active. External agencies are entities that exist in a variety of legal forms, some of which are created by the city and others by external parties. The level of independence and relationship between the agency and the city varies, but at a minimum, council makes at least one appointment. There are more than 30 agencies in this category, and this number can fluctuate over time. Tribunals are our final category, with the city having 3 active tribunals. Tribunals are created by bylaw. All members are appointed for set terms by council. However, to ensure the independence of their role in hearing appeals and making decisions, they operate fully independently from council and administration. In total, this gives council more than 45 civic agencies across this extended governance model. Taking a look at the council committees in more detail, their function is to provide advice to council on issues within the mandate defined by their enabling bylaw. They bring a community perspective through a structured governance model and help support council's priorities by providing a lens informed by the unique perspectives of their members. As advisory bodies, council committees do not have inherent decision-making authority. Any authority to make decisions must be expressly delegated by council through the establishing bylaw. Similarly, where their advice is an important input, council is not bound by the recommendations from the committees. Committees also do not have dedicated budgets or the ability to make financial decisions. They provide valuable information and advice, but council remains the governing body. As these last few slides have shown, they play an important role in Edmonton's governance model. They bring community expertise, lived experience, and subject matter perspectives to council's decision-making. And over time, the governance practices have evolved differently across the council committees. The goal of the governance framework is to create a more consistent and structured approach and focuses on 3 key elements. Mandate clarity, where each committee will have a clearly defined and council-approved mandate so that its work remains focused and aligned with council direction. And strategic alignment, so their work aligns with those strategic priorities. Finally, structured governance, which gives the committees the ability to operate with standardized governance tools, including terms of reference, 2-year work plans, and annual reporting. And together, these elements will help ensure that the committees remain relevant, accountable, and supportive of council priorities. So within the framework, we're proposing to introduce 3 key elements to the council committee governance model. We're creating a process for life cycle reviews of each committee to ensure it remains relevant and aligned with current priorities. This does not mean council committees will end on a specific date. Instead, it creates a model where each committee in its work is intentionally reviewed each council term to ensure continued relevancy and the opportunity for updates to reflect the city's changing priorities. Committees will also be supported with standardized tools and procedures to help simplify the governance work and allow them to focus on the strategic mandates. And at regular intervals and with a standardized approach, each committee will report to council on its work and upcoming needs. This slide provides a high-level overview of the proposed life cycle and associated governance tools. Near the beginning of each council term, council will confirm the number and nature of council committees to support its priorities. The mandates of these committees will be developed for council approval with a specific and intentional connection to the approved priorities. From the approved mandates, committees will develop terms of reference which provide greater detail and procedural elements, such as the use of subcommittees and specific roles of committee members. Along with the terms of reference, committees will prepare 2-year work plans, all of which we presented to council for approval. And each year, the committees will present an annual report detailing work completed with reference to all of their council-approved documents to ensure council has regular opportunities to provide refined direction and receive updates on the progress of the committee. And finally, near the end of each council term, an end-of-term review will be completed, and this will review the council-approved mandate with the completed work and become an important input to the mandate review completed with the next council. Based on the results of this review and other information, council can choose to continue committees in their current form, restructure or redefine their mandates, or sunset the committee. While much of this work will be supported by administration and presented by the committees, council retains final decision-making at all stages of the life cycle. While the intent of the framework is to introduce significant shift in the governance of council committees, there are some elements that are not changing. Unless direction is provided by council, all active council committees will continue their work. Through the proposed life cycle review process, council will have an opportunity to assess each committee and make intentional decisions about their role going forward. Current members will remain on committees until their terms would otherwise end. Council committees continue to be one of the options for public participation in local government. Nothing in the framework will restrict the ability of council committees to be responsive to emerging issues. New council committees can be created, and others can be redirected as priorities changed. These changes can be initiated by a council committee with approved by council, or be directed by council. The council committees remain fully accountable and directed by council. Their advisory role does not change. If approved, the governance framework will provide greater clarity to the roles of the various parties in the ecosystem. Council remains the decision maker, responsible for establishing, refining, and sunsetting committees as desired. Council also appoints the members of the committees and approves the governance tools. The work of the committees is to support council by providing relevant advice aligned with the current strategic priorities. Standing committees of council become the most direct contact for the council committees. Annual reports and advice and recommendations will route through the appropriate standing committee before being presented to council for approval. Councillor advisors continue to be appointed for council committees to provide a direct contact between council and the membership. Where possible, they will attend meetings and provide information and support, but will not be voting members. The council committees will continue their work of developing advice and recommendations on matters of importance to council within their approved mandates. Their perspectives become valuable input into the extended decision-making process. And back to Aileen for the remainder.
So at this point, we would like to go into camera to just finish off the presentation and take any questions in camera, and then happy to take any questions in public if that's okay with council.
So moved.
Second. Great. Moved by Councillor Wright, seconded by Councillor Elliott. Please vote to go in private, subject to
Sections 29.
Sections 29. Thank you.
Councillor Principe is yes.
Thanks, Councillor Principe.
Councillor Parmar is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Parmar. We have all the votes. We have all the votes.
Display the vote. That's carried, and we'll just pause for a moment to make sure we have the right folks in the room.
Do we have the wording of that motion?
We'll just,
Yeah. So we'll motion to postpone that. Somebody can move that. It was selected. Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Wright.
I'll move that the March 17, 2026 Office of the City Clerk Report, OCC 03459, be postponed to a special city council meeting with the date to be determined.
It's going to go to the March 25th.
And it has been determined to be March 25th.
Thank you.
Thank you, and that was seconded by Councillor Elliott. So we'll just update that wording. That's to be postponed to the March 25th meeting. Perfect. Please vote.
Councillor Principe is yes.
Thanks, Councillor Principe. Just waiting on one. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 12-0. Excellent. So that brings us to Winspear, item 7.6. We'll let our delegation come in, and I'm guessing our guests were probably waiting outside as well for. They're going to be, yes. Oh, they are. Yeah. All right, we have the folks coming down. Come on in. I think, yeah, you can grab a seat at the mics there. This was already at committee, so we don't need to. Oh, yeah, and the only challenge, yes, I want to just double check, because is Councillor Parmar gone for a while, do we know?
I believe so. I will go back and check the chats, but I think so.
Because I think there's a desire to do a reconsideration motion, but I imagine Councillor Parmar would probably still want to be present on that.
We can just reach out to her and see what her options
Yeah, if we
are
can
for-
just sneak in, if she can sneak in for a moment on a call, then we can get her vote. So Councillor Principe, we'll get to that right away. I just want to make sure, because I know she's not the ward councillor, but she's the very close adjacent ward councillor, and still probably wants to be on record for that. So while we're checking in on that, what we'll do is we'll move on to this item. So this was at committee, so I'm actually going to say we don't need to do another presentation unless I see you've got a slide, but is there new information you have for us?
This item was requisitioned to council, so we actually we did a brief remarks, and now we have a presentation with more fulsome information.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, let's do. I mean, if you got it, let's do it. Yep. Yep.
Okay. Good afternoon, members of City Council. I'm Alyssa LaLiberty, Branch Manager of Economic Investment Services, and I'm joined here today with Brett Latchford, Director of Strategy and Emerging Economy, and Christopher Sinclair from Legal Services, and virtually Harm Ray from the Branch Manager of Financial Services. Additionally, we are pleased to welcome Sandra Young and Anne-Marie Lienholtz-Petrov from Francis Winspear Center of Music Expansion Project. We're here today to provide an overview of administration's recommended path forward for funding the Francis Winspear Center of Music Expansion Project. Next slide, please. The Francis Winspear Center for Music is a premier performing arts center located in the heart of Edmonton's Arts District. As the home of the Edmonton Symphony Orchestra and the 121-year-old Conservatory of Music, the venue hosts diverse music programs, including specialized programs for equity-deserving students. It is an anchor of vibrancy and arts in our downtown core. In 2019, the Francis Winspear Center for Music started construction on an expansion project. The expansion would create a second performance space called the Music Box with 550 seats along with more classrooms, community, and public spaces. In 2025, the shell of the building had been substantially completed, but the interior and the public realm, the plaza, remained outstanding. Due to the increased costs, the project's original funding was insufficient. To advance the project, Winspear requested assistance from the city in the form of a $33.4 million grant. To enable this request and following public hearing, council decision and approval by the province, the Francis Winspear Center for Music was added to the Capital City Downtown CRL extension and is included in the CRL plan as an eligible project. We are here today to recommend council approve the CRL budget and the terms and conditions for the grant agreement for the Francis Winspear Center for Music expansion project. I'll now turn it over to Brett to share our recommended approach.
Thank you, Alyssa. Slide 3, yes. As noted in the report, if council wants to provide Winspear with a grant of up to $33.4 million, it could come from the Downtown Community Revitalization Levy Reserve Fund. This could be done through a reserve funds transfer of $15.5 million in 2026 and $17.9 million in 2027, but would further increase the overall CRL deficit, which we'll discuss later in the presentation. Administration has prepared a term sheet in collaboration with Winspear that mitigates the risks identified. The term sheet outlines how CRL funding can be used and establishes principles for reimbursement. Funds would only be paid to Winspear based on incurred costs noted on approved invoices with a 10% holdback until project completion. The term sheet also requires that a third-party project manager review the project plan and corresponding documents to ensure effective project management. Winspear has agreed to these terms. Slide, please. This slide provides a look at our downtown capital CRL projections as of December 31st, 2025, and as a preview to the CRL annual update report coming to Executive Committee. It's important to remember that these are long-term financial tools and infrastructure investments where infrastructure spending is traditionally heavy in the early years so that borrowing costs can be repaid over the 30-year term. In any given year, if CRL expenses exceed CRL revenues, the annual shortfall is transferred to a reserve account, which will be repaid in years that revenues exceed expenses. We want to focus here on 3 specific scenarios that provide a financial forecast based on planned and proposed CRL funding. All scenarios consider our medium revenue projections and are meant to outline the impacts of proceeding with approvals for the projects discussed today at Council. The first scenario, represented by the blue line, shows the forecast of the CRL with only the currently approved projects proceeding. You can see that the CRL reserve is repaid and breaks even on investments in 2037, and that our full forecast notes a surplus of $445 million at the end of the CRL period. Scenario 2 shows a forecast of the CRL with the approved project baseline and the attainable housing project approved. As we discussed earlier when we reviewed that project, you will note here that there is no difference between Scenario 1 and Scenario 2. Once again, this does not mean that there will be no revenues realized through attainable housing. It's possible that the attainable housing incentive will have a net positive effect on the CRL finances over the life of the CRL. However, to be conservative at project outset, we have forecasted revenue to net expenses resulting in 0 impact to the forecast. In Scenario 3, represented by the red line, shows the forecast for the CRL with the approved project baseline, attainable housing, and the Winspear expansion project approved. The CRL reserve must be used because the city cannot borrow to fund a privately owned building. As a result, this grant would require the use of the city's working capital to cover the deficit balance. The use of working capital would ultimately reduce the available funding for the city's overall capital program. You can see that the CRL reserve deficit is deeper. However, the reserve repayment is only delayed by 1 year to 2038. With Winspear funded, our full forecast notes a surplus of $412 million at the end of the CRL period. This is the scenario we are recommending today with consideration to Council's earlier decision on attainable housing. These projections for future CRL revenues depend on the pace, volume, and types of new developments that occur, as well as market value changes and tax rates. Annual updates on the health of all 3 Edmonton CRLs are brought to Council annually, with the next report scheduled for March 26th. This annual report is brought forward to Council to understand the changes in the environment impacting forecasting over the long term and to inform Council decisions on a regular basis related to these revitalization areas. I'll pass it back to Alyssa.
Thank you, Brett. Should Council approve today's recommendation, administration will work with the Winspear to execute the $33.4 million grant for the Francis Winspear Center for Music expansion project in accordance with the terms and conditions outlined in Attachment 2. Thank you, and would be pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. I'll go to Councillor Stevenson first to put the motion on the floor.
Yes, thank you. I'll move the motion as recommended in the executive committee report.
Thank you. I'll second it. Do you want to introduce it first? Okay, perfect. Do you have questions, Councillor Stevenson? Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. Great having just a bit more time to digest that. Appreciate the overview as well. I just wanted to have a few questions of our delegation from the Winspear. You know, I think this is a really exciting investment, and I was just wondering if there are opportunities to recognize Edmontonians' contribution to this building, potentially through a naming opportunity, for example.
So in other words, that we would recognize the contribution from the city through the citizens to the contribution to the Winspear?
Absolutely.
I think that's a wonderful idea.
Great.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. I mean, I personally, I would easily make that commitment, and I'm certainly prepared to take that to our board of directors, and I'm certain that that would be something that they would be willing to put serious consideration to.
Wonderful. And you know, it's important to me, you know, it's the city of Edmonton, but it's ultimately, it's the citizens, it's the taxpayers
Absolutely.
of Edmonton that
Yeah,
are,
the citizens.
Yeah.
Something like Citizen Hall or
Ooh.
something along those lines. Yeah, that's a great idea.
I like that ring.
Us too.
Wonderful, thank you. Also, just wondering if you could speak briefly about, because again, we are making significant public investment in this, just wondering if you could talk through the community benefits. I mean, you know, first of all, Winspear itself is a nonprofit. I know you support the ESO, which is also nonprofit. Just wondering if you could speak to how your current facility is supporting other community groups and what your vision is for the new expansion as well.
For sure. So as council is aware, a significant component to the expansion is the music box, which will be a 550-seat venue, fully versatile. And it will, we keep hearing over and over that there's an enormous amount of demand for that space. Today, in today's terms, in this year, the 25-26 season for us, which wraps up at the end of June, we have close to 200 events in the hall, and 47% of those events are for not-for-profit and other organizations in the community, and the majority of those are music or arts-related events. So, and I think the part is that, yes, it's true, they use the facility, but what probably isn't on everyone's radar is that over the years, what we recognize is that we provide a lot of expertise, and we've developed that expertise so that we don't just rent the facility, we provide wraparound support for not-for-profit organizations that use our facilities. So we provide marketing support, social media, we provide expertise in production. So it's something that we've been really leaning into in our strategic planning, especially we really recognized over the pandemic that there was a real need. And as we've been getting ready to open the music box, we now use our stage even for, audiences of 200 to 500 people. You can use the facility today, so that we know that there's a lot of pent-up demand for the use of the smaller venue. And once it opens, then we'll be able to use both venues to full capacity.
Great. Thank you so much for that. I don't have any further questions at this time.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, I don't want to debate the value of the Winspear, which, for me personally, definitely a high value there. But one of the things that I'm stuck on in terms of my decision making for this motion in front of us is the purpose and use of the CRL. So I kind of like, okay, if we do this, it's a net zero essentially is what I'm reading. And first of all, is my interpretation correct based on the graphs? If we approve this today, it's likely not, it's a net zero.
It's not a net zero. There is a cost to it.
For this one?
For this one, yes.
Yeah.
Not for the attainable. We're talking just this one.
Yes, just this one.
It does delay the break-even point by a year. And so those revenues don't flow back to the taxpayer at the end when the CRL is paid off. It delays.
But that was earlier than what the extension is, right? Because we had that
The extension goes to 2044, yes.
But the break-even point is
2039.
2038.
2038.
But 39 if we approve this today.
2038 if you approve this one.
Okay.
Attainable is 2037.
Okay. Are there, and if we need to go, if this is a private question, just let me know. Is there any concerns about how we're using this funding? Because it was already approved by the province, are we in the clear? Or, because there's not going to be tax uplift from this one. Or even like, or are we anticipating that some of the quarters or some of the other areas around, maybe even the building that we've talked about selling, that those could see tax uplift as a result of this project and investment in this project? Like or are we just not really anticipating that?
We expect that there's opportunity for uplift. The amount of uplift is dependent on the geography of the area and then what's in the CRL. This is right on the boundary of the CRL. So if something happens...
Is 97th Street the actual...
Yes, 97 is the boundary. So if something happens across the street, it benefits the quarter CRL.
Well, that's not a bad thing either. That would
Yes,
need
that's
some
not
help.
a bad thing either.
Okay, sounds good. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mayor. My question's for the delegation there. And I noticed that the Winspear indicates that currently there will be between a 6 and 7.5 million budget shortfall in funding. And I just want to find out, was any discussions occurred, because you're asking for the 33.4 that you didn't ask for, like say approximately 39. Can you just elaborate on that, please?
Oh, for sure. So at the time that we asked for the funding, we had an identified gap. And since that time, we've been able to continue to do fundraising as well. So then we know that gap we're fully funded at this point.
Okay, thank you kindly.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Hi, thank you. So fully funded, but still needing 33.4 million. And how long did it take you to raise that 7 million? And
that's kind of like saying how long is a piece of string? Like the thing about fundraising is it comes in spurts. So we just happen to have, we continue to build those relationships. And so you just never know. This was, fundraising is not like sales. Fundraising is building relationships. And so I'm unfortunately, I can't answer that question directly, but we've been fundraising for 5-10 years. So, for the project itself.
So in the term sheet, it says that if you end up needing any more than the 33.4 million, it would be your sole responsibility to raise that. So how would you raise that?
So we have already raised that, and we've also engaged in cost mitigation. So I don't know if you read some of the supplementary information that I provided, but we have since made changes to our procurement process and other things. I don't know if you want to take this question as well.
Yeah. So we've done some changes to our contractors. We are currently procuring, going out to tender again, and have a much more competitive process in place for the final phase. So we're looking at some cost mitigation there, as well as having additional fundraising revenues that we've received.
So you're just going out to tender now, because we had heard earlier in regards to the Lewis Farms item, and one of my questions, and so we don't know definitively that the 33.4 is it. Like when were these, I guess?
We have pre-tender estimates that we received a few months ago. So these numbers are based off of numbers we received a few months ago, and that therefore we believe we'll be able to reduce those numbers based off of the competitive bid. As a not-for-profit, we cannot go to tender and award tender without funding in place. So we need the funding in place before our board will allow us to take the risk and commit to our tender contracts.
And we have a reasonable contingency built into our budget as well.
Yeah.
And if I could come back to your fundraising question, because it's worth noting that we never stop fundraising. We're always fundraising. It's more, could we have raised 33.4 million? Yes, but it might have taken us another 5 to 10 years. And I think that with the urgency, as we know, the pandemic was really the big wrench in the works for us in terms of our planning. And so what the CRL is doing is allowing us to open immediately, as opposed to having to continue to keep the building shell while we do the fundraising work. The fundraising that we're continuing to do is to develop and ensure that the building and all of our programming remains accessible and at the lowest possible cost to the public and to the citizens of Edmonton. So that's where our fundraising efforts go next. So any surplus, if we have a surplus in fundraising, that it goes to making sure our ticket prices are the most affordable in the city, as they are today, but to be able to keep them there. and that sort of thing, so that, you know, our plan and our vision and our dream is that we continue to serve more and more of the people that are moving into this city and the people that live here, so that that Center for Music is for everyone, and that takes additional fundraising.
I guess I just think it's easier for you to do fundraising than for the city to do fundraising to cover costs. So that's my concern.
Thank you. Councillor Clark?
Great, thank you, Mayor. Just to the delegation, just clarifying questions, and I know we've been through this a little bit, but without this funding, like you said you could fundraise, but this is going to remain a shell.
Absolutely, and it could be for 5 or 10 years.
And just to be clear, you've got funding from the federal government and the provincial government as well, and that's contingent on raising this remaining amount?
This is the last piece. They've all come to the table.
Okay. And if we don't fund that, you can't raise it, then that money goes away from your understanding?
Oh, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's clear. And then really, you know, when I was looking at this, in your opinion, like a loan, and kind of the debt servicing, that'd be tough from your side to hit.
All of that just increases more and more the cost. And as you know, time being money, and the longer the project takes, the more the cost will continue to escalate, because inflation is another dynamic.
Okay. And then last one, just the background, was there always kind of an assumption or a thought that the city would help contribute funds for this?
Well, the city did contribute. They were the initial catalyst for the project to come off the ground. Province came in, feds came in, then the province came back in, and now we're back to the last piece.
Sorry, I
and
meant
the
like
community as well.
additional,
I really want to say the community stepped up in a significant way, and we would have actually been. We would not be here today had it not been for the pandemic. I just really want to underscore that. That was really something that was way beyond our control, much like, you know, some of the conversations that you had earlier here at City Council regarding Lewis Estates, I should say.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jans?
Just wanted to say I had the pleasure of going to the Downtown District Arts Days on the weekend, and it was so well attended, so many new faces and so many young people, and just really wanted to commend you and the partners in the area for really reminded me how the collaboration with all of the partners there can be so exciting. So just wanted to say thank you for that. Not sure if you wanted to comment if there's more of those in your future.
Oh, we are definitely looking at 2027. Yes, thanks. Thanks. I'm so glad you were there.
That's a sneaky way to get in a comment. You could have just waited till close. I'm going to count that as your close, Councillor Jans. He cheated on that one. He was just trying to compliment everyone, which is great. It's well deserving. He's just out of order. Nobody else is on the board for questions. Anyone other than Councillor Jans wishing to speak to the motion on the floor? Councillor Stevenson to close.
Yeah, thank you very much. You know, when I first moved back to Edmonton in 2012, I got a subscription for the Winspear to the ESO. And, you know, at that time, for many years, really valued the building, valued the performances. It was always a wonderful evening out. But over the past 4.5 years, I've had a chance to really learn so much more about what the Winspear is. And I have, you know, really fallen in love with it as an organization. They do so much more for our community, far beyond music and arts, and I think are particularly well aligned with our strategic goals. You know, with economic development, we have a strong focus on downtown vibrancy. A new facility directly supports that, bringing more people to the downtown, supporting restaurants, other businesses in the core. It's a huge opportunity. I think also tourism. They are attracting incredible shows and bringing people in from around the region, and also performers from around the world. You know, it was referenced affordability. The nonprofit nature of this organization ensures access to affordable programming space for dozens of nonprofit groups across the organization. And as we heard, there's also a deep commitment to affordable access to performances. And oddly enough, I think it really does contribute to safety. You know, I mentioned downtown vibrancy, having more people in the downtown, particularly in the evening hours where it can be quieter on the weekends. That goes a long way towards supporting safety. And more systemically, oh, that's an unintended pun, programs like Yona Sistema, early youth intervention, I think is a critical part of creating a safer and more resilient community in the long run. So really hoping to have my colleagues' support on this. I want to thank administration for all the work that they've done to get us to this point, and encourage you to support. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. Excuse me, and that is carried 10-1. So next will be, originally would have been 8.2. I know that was selected by Councillor Principe, who was, had to leave for a little bit, I understand. So I don't think we want to hold off on that item for the entire, I don't think we want to push it off to another meeting, but we can maybe push it to a little bit later, and if she is able to rejoin, give her the chance to, yep. So I'll just, so we can, if folks are okay, we could at least postpone till later in the agenda, if there's a motion. Okay, do I have a motion to, is that what? Sure. Motion to postpone. So moved. Okay, moved by Councillor. Yeah, it's been moved, the motion just to postpone 8.2 to later in the agenda has been moved by Councillor Wright, seconded by Councillor Tang. And we'll come back before the end of the day, though, because we still need to get that one done, so staff can move ahead with that. I think they need it. So please vote.
Just
I'm a yes.
thank you. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 11-0. Next item is 10.1, the minor sport rental subsidy options. Councillor Wright, we have the wording. We're really doing it right now. Councillor.
It's just been a while. Okay,
Yeah.
got it here.
You don't have to reread. Is it this as moved? You don't have to reread it?
I believe this is it.
Fantastic. So that's moved. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Elliott. Please go ahead and introduce.
Just in discussion with community leagues, different sporting groups. Well, basically it started with community leagues when minor hockey stopped selling memberships as part of their registration. So I just wanted to see if there was some other ways, not only to help community leagues, but also to help our rink rentals, our revenues from that, to see if there was a way to increase that, and I guess maybe create increased revenue to help offset some of the costs of our the use of our ice rinks.
Thank you. Any questions? I'm not seeing anyone, therefore I'll go to speaking. Anyone wishing to speak? Please click on. Not seeing any. Councillor Wright, any closing comments?
No.
Please vote.
Just waiting on 4. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 10-1.
Sorry, Mayor, can I ask for a recall on that vote? Apologies.
We gotta bring this, I gotta bring the former Councillor Cartmel list back. So, he didn't actually have a list. We just joked that he had a list. Please vote, revote. Thank you. Oh, yes, I saw that. Thank you.
Just waiting on 2 votes.
I'm a yes.
Thanks, Councillor Stevenson.
I see eyes looking closer to
Just
maybe
waiting for
Councillor
one more
Paquette,
vote.
maybe?
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please decide the vote. Yeah. And that is carried 11-0. We did just receive a note that we can move ahead with the bylaws. So the person who is going to ask questions is going to ask those separately. So at this point, Councillor Rutherford, did you want to move the first reading of bylaw 8.2? No, because we just said postpone later in the agenda. So
Yeah,
technically it's later.
I'll move first reading of item 8.2.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Second by Councillor Morgan. Please vote on first reading.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 11-0. Councillor Rutherford.
I'll move second reading of 8.2.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Wright. Please vote on second reading.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That's carried 11-0. Councillor Rutherford.
I'll move consideration of third reading on item 8.2.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Wright. Please vote on consideration.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 11-0. Councillor Rutherford.
I'll move third reading on bylaw 21385.
Thank you.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Wright. Please vote on third and final reading.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 11-0. Next, item 10.2, which is Councillor Salvador. That's moved. Is it the same wording as listed?
Very slightly different.
Okay,
so
well,
I'll
read
just
it out
in.
for us then,
Yeah,
just
the
to be
ad-
sure. Yeah.
The administration provide a report on enforcement trends and penalty structures for traffic bylaw 5590, including but not limited to enforcement information from 2015 to 2025, including annual ticket volumes, enforcement resources, most frequent offenses, and key drivers of change in enforcement trends. Review of fine adjustments under bylaw 5590, including when each fine amount was established or last adjusted, how their real values changed over time, and any implications for deterrence. Options to maintain the intended effectiveness of fines over time, including indexation using consumer price inflation or other appropriate indicators, and recommendations for policy bylaw and/or fine schedule amendments to support deterrence and long-term efficacy, as well as a regular review schedule. And that would be due date of August 31st, 2026.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Elliott. Please go ahead and introduce.
Yeah, thank you. So the intention of this motion is to take a closer look at enforcement trends and fines associated with our traffic bylaw. So this would include road-related infractions ranging from people who might be parking in a disabled space to stopping in a no-stopping zone or just abandoning vehicles in our streets. There are 2 main prongs of this motion. So the first is really related to those enforcement trends so we can understand what's been happening, what's the baseline, and then the second is related to the effectiveness of fines over time. So for that first prong, I'll say anecdotally, I have heard regular concerns from folks who feel that, we have rules, but if they aren't being enforced, it can really erode trust and confidence in the system. So I know I have looked at the data that's available through open data, and it does look like enforcement of traffic bylaw 5590 seems to have declined by about half per capita between 2015 and 2025. So I think it's really worth investigating that trend and understanding why and looking at corrective actions. For the second prong, This issue actually came up a few weeks ago when we were discussing fines associated with parking bans. And through that conversation, we learned that we don't regularly maintain or update these kinds of fines, and that adjustments are often made just on an ad hoc basis, which can lead to an inconsistent process and an erosion of deterrence value over time. Just another example I might point to in the area I represent, when Commonwealth Stadium events are happening. If you look around the surrounding communities, it is not uncommon to see event goers parking up on boulevards or in disabled stalls or just in other inappropriate ways on our neighborhood streets. And unfortunately for many of those people, they see a relatively small fine amount as just the cost of parking, and they're willing to take that hit. So yeah, I think that about sums it up, but very happy to take questions.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Salvador, for putting this motion on the floor. I know it's been topical and we've had lots of conversations. The one thing that I see, I was wondering if you've contemplated what I've heard as a huge barrier to enforcement of parking, so I'm just trying to figure out a way if we can integrate it into this motion, is around the capacity of the tow lot. And so basically right now we're not, even if somebody gets a ticket, and then they continue to sit there for, time on end, they're not getting towed unless they're causing an imminent safety risk, like on the Henday.
Totally. So I think that's a really good point, and I'm just looking at the wording. Like in my mind, when I think about enforcement resources, potential barriers, it could be captured in there, but I think if there's a desire to have explicit language, happy to include something like that. It might also be good to just ask administration if that's something that they can also consider as part of this work, because I think it's a really good point.
Yeah, I would like it to be a little bit more explicit in the motion if possible, so that
and maybe in that first bullet, I think it could make sense.
Yeah. So can we add, can I make, I don't know if we've considered friendly or not, but can I make an amendment to say including ticket volumes, enforcement resources, including but not limited to tow lot capacity?
Okay, so that would just be an addition, essentially a bracket of enforcement resources, including but not limited to, okay. Do I have a seconder, and then I'll check if it's friendly?
Second.
I'll take the person that said it and second by Councillor Wright. I'm going to just check to see, is that friendly for everyone? Okay, I'm seeing that's friendly. Let's just put that in. Anything else, Councillor Rutherford?
Nope, that's everything. Thank you.
No problem. Councillor Jans.
Sorry, very quickly to the mover. Did I hear you correctly? Did you say it's a 5-0, like a 50 or a 15% drop? Between,
half.
So between 2015, the number of tickets we are giving out per capita has dropped in half to 2025?
That is what I have seen through my analysis of what is available through open data, but I think that's why it's really important to get this information back so that we can all be on the same page. And it's not just me doing that analysis through open data.
Right, okay. Do you have any sense of the revenue forecast, what that would have been?
I don't have exact numbers, but I think it's fair to say that it's significant. I think there might be, there are a number of factors that could have contributed to that reduction over the last decade, but for sure there are revenue implications.
Wow, okay. Yeah, absolutely. Finally, does bylaw 5590 include like snow on your sidewalk?
No.
Because I was talking to somebody about this today where like the sidewalk fine is $100. That's cheaper to eat the fine for that than paying someone to clear your sidewalk.
Well, sidewalks are under community standards bylaw, not 5590. And in addition to the fine, there is the ability for the city to go have the work done and bill back to the owner. So it's not as simple as a $100 fine always, but
for multiple infractions that can, okay. Absolutely support 5590. I'm guessing the mover would like to see this work done first on 5590 before getting into our other
Yeah, you know, I think
First.
this is a really important starting place. I did contemplate, like, do we go much more broad than this? There was a fair amount of work done, actually through public spaces bylaw to consolidate a number of our other bylaws and associated fines. So there was a bit of a review done at that point, not to this depth. But I think this is, and potentially could serve as a bit of a model, particularly the last bullet point there, if we're going to be taking a more consistent and regular approach to updating our fine schedules.
Full support, thank you.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mayor. And to the chair or maybe admin, I just want to find out, will this include just peace officers, bylaw officers, and EPS? Because the reason I put that in is I have reason to believe even bylaw infractions being written by EPS has declined as well. I didn't know if you would take that into consideration, because I think that would also be important.
Yeah, that'd be good for admin to answer that.
So I can jump in. My read on this would be for any tickets written by City of Edmonton enforcement. So peace officers and bylaw officers. For this kind of data pull, I would suggest you would need to go to the Edmonton Police Commission for the EPS data.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jones, because I think that would be valuable as well, and I support this.
Thank you. Seeing nobody else for questions, anyone else wishing to speak? Not seeing any. Councillor Salvador to close. Nothing further. Please vote. Oh, sorry.
Sorry. We just wanted to make sure that we captured the change, but we'll go back and listen to the tape.
I think,
including but not limited to tow lot capacity in the first bullet was what we added.
I believe that was what Councillor Rutherford had said. Yeah. No, thank you for double checking. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 11-0. Next is item 10.3. Councillor Morgan, is this wording the same as before?
Yes.
Fantastic. Do I have a seconder for Councillor Morgan's motion on snow and ice control?
Second.
I think it's Councillor Elliott, right? Perfect. Councillor Morgan, do you want to introduce? And I'm going to turn the chair over to Councillor Salvador, and I'll join you all after the break and virtually for the next little bit.
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead to Councillor Morgan to introduce.
Great, thanks. So this winter has been a wake-up call with nearly 30 centimeters of snowfall in December alone. Edmontonians have faced a season defined by deep ruts, obstructed emergency vehicles, and rising collision rates. We can't simply weather the storm and hope for a better result next year. So in speaking with administration, after our holiday snowfall event in particular, I heard a desire to ensure that our snow clearing crews have all the tools available to them. And obviously this includes calcium chloride. So I want to address the elephant in the room right now, calcium chloride. In 2019, the trust between the city and its residents collapsed due to poor communication regarding vehicle and infrastructure impacts. Must acknowledge that failure head on if we are here to move forward. To be clear, this motion is not a return to that 2017 pilot. It is a directive for administration to perform due diligence on a smarter, evidence-based approach to winter safety. I'm asking for a comprehensive review of all modern materials, including advanced brines, organic inhibitors like beet juice, molasses, or even calcium chloride, and operational shifts, including updating shift changes to ensure constant movement and deployment of plows. Easiest path forward today is to do nothing and cite past messy experiences as an excuse or for inaction. This motion ensures that we make informed, proactive decision for next winter rather than a reactive one. Thanks.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Oh, okay. Hang on, Councillor Rutherford.
Just a question on the due date of this, because you said as part of the upcoming review of council policy, is that review already scheduled to come back?
It is, yeah. We've got a report coming back in August.
So you would just incorporate this motion
exactly.
into that discussion for August?
You bet.
So should we add do we need to add a due date, or
You
is it
don't-
fine?
So
Okay.
we have it in our, so it would come back to the August 31st meeting. The reason we don't add a due date is because this isn't a standalone report, but to say it out loud, then the public knows.
Then it's integrated into that report. Okay, perfect. That's all my questions.
Great, thank you. Not seeing any further questions. Anyone to speak to this? Councillor Morgan to close.
I don't have anything else. Thanks.
Great, please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Mayor Knack. Just waiting on one. Got it. Thanks.
Display the votes. That is carried 11-0. Next item is 10.4. Councillor Paquette, snow and ice control surge capacity.
Yep, thank you. That administration provide a report based on public feedback and industry best practices outlining options, costs, and implications for a snow and ice control surge capacity strategy to ensure timely service delivery during unexpected or extreme precipitation events, including 1, an operation analysis of projected extreme weather frequency based on current climate modeling and climate data, and 2, mechanisms to scale resources, including but not limited to retainers for on-call private contracting and emergency procurement to meet service levels outlined in the SNIC administrative procedures when accumulation exceeds city-owned and standard contract capacity. 3, specific strategies to prioritize accessibility with a consideration of the active pathway network in areas of high social vulnerability index during these surge events, including but not limited to more proactive crosswalk and access point window removal and clearing, and 4, any other strategies or enhancements that could improve service delivery. And due date, same as the previous motion.
Great, thank you. And that was seconded by Councillor Rutherford. Okay, would you like to introduce?
I think it's self-explanatory.
So just to be clear, it's not a report, so we're going to take some liberties to just incorporate the same language from Councillor Morgan's motion into this one, if that's friendly.
Totally happy with that.
Sure. Yeah, that sounds good. Question, so okay, and sorry, we are at the 3:30 break, but I do see some questions on the board, and I'm going to be on the board as well. So we are going to take a break, and we'll be back at 3:45. Thanks.
I believe she's still absent.
Okay. Councillor Morgan.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Jans. Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Councillor Clark.
Hello.
Councillor Tang. Mayor Knack's still away. Councillor Parmar. Councillor Paquette.
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Elliott.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Okay, so we were on questions. Councillor Tang was up next, but she's not quite back. So I'll take her around. Councillor Clark, can you please take the? Oh, hang on. Just wait. Councillor Tang, you were next for questions.
So I just want to clarify. You said, Madam Clerk, that it's not going to be a report. It's just going to be combined with the other report.
That was my understanding of the intention of the motion.
Okay, and I guess I wanted to confirm from administration, the outcome that eventually you will get to between both of these motions are pretty distinct. Is that right?
Yeah, what we would do is, like, we've learned a lot this winter. There's no question remaining as is going to happen. We've learned a lot in terms of what are the things that we can do for free, what are the things we can do that might cost more money or might change service levels. We're going to wrap all that up into the August report that looks at the policy, and it's going to incorporate, our intent at least is to take both of these motions and make sure that the content within both of these motions is appropriately considered into that report. Along with all the feedback we got from councillor ride-alongs, from staff, union, public, 311 data, all of those things will help contribute to that all-encompassing snow and ice report when it's hot outside.
Okay. I asked because I just didn't want any kind of duplication, but if you feel that they're going to be distinct enough and we'll all be encompassing that one big report, well, we have a lot to look forward to. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Clark, can you take the chair?
Yes,
Thank you. Yeah, so thank you. Thanks so much for putting this motion forward, Councillor Paquette. I would like to make an addition, so just an additional bullet, and I do have some wording for that. So we'll see if it's friendly, but it's fairly substantial, so I'll move it. So I'd like to move to amend the motion to add an additional bullet with the language options to further support snow and ice control operations in communities with scheduled winter festivals to ensure reliable event access and mobility.
Second.
It's not just friendly, it's family.
Can you just repeat who seconded that, please? Thank you so much.
Sorry, you got the who seconded? You got that? Yep. Okay. Yep. So the motion as amended is, I don't know, we'll get it up there, but yeah, let's move.
Is it friendly or is it an amendment?
I consider it friendly. Yeah. Do we consider it friendly, everyone? Seeing some nods? Yeah.
Yeah, friendly.
Friendly.
Perfect. I'll take the chair back and go to Councillor Rutherford for questions.
I just have a friendly to the friendly. That was just, and I didn't know how to, can we just change it from winter festivals to winter events, or do you think that changes? Just because I want to encompass things like Remembrance Day and those kind of pieces.
Winter events and festivals. How's that?
Perfect.
Great. Councillor Jans.
Sorry, a similar question, I guess. We had a couple of areas that might need to revise in terms of priority 1 or priority 2 or something like that. Like I'm thinking about hills. There's a few hills that are just like hot spots. Does administration interpret those included in this motion? That they would have the latitude to go back and look at any other high issue areas?
Yeah, we look at, we have that ability outside of this motion. We can do that all the time. So short answer, yes, we have that ability. We do that annually. So that's no issue.
And same thing if like you wanted to create a special sidewalk overlay around, say, vulnerable people around senior centers or areas with high identified mobility challenges or something like that, that could also be encompassed into this motion?
Yeah, through an accessibility lens as a part of the motion, no problem at all.
Seems very open-ended. I think it's got everything. So, yep, full support. Thank you.
Great. Not seeing any further questions on the board. Anyone to speak to this? Councillor Paquette to close.
Nope.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes. That is carried. Moving along to 10, oh, well, 10-5 was Mayor Knack, who is not here yet, so we will skip to 10-6. Actually,
I'm just confirming that they can join.
Oh, they can?
I'm confirming.
Okay. Okay, so we'll just pause for a second just to make sure that Councillor Principe is able to join, because the remainder are...
Excuse me, Chair. I've been asked to read her notice if she cannot attend for you for 10.6.
So the process that had been asked is that would be a notice of motion that you would give today. If she can't come back, then you would give notice for yourself to make the same motions at executive committee. So that's just on section 11. So I'm just texting to see if she's able to join back now. I think she was just anticipating that you weren't going to get to it
Thank you. I understand what you mean, though.
Yeah, I have not yet had a response, and I understand the mayor will be back shortly.
So just to check in and provide some clarity, we're just waiting to see if we're able to get in touch with Councillor Principe for 10-6, 10-7.
She has just joined.
She has joined. Oh,
Yep.
Fantastic.
Councillor Principe, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Great. Hi, Councillor Principe. We're on to 10-6. So the patio program fees. I'll let you make that and introduce.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. I would like to move that administration provide a report to committee on the steps to pause the increased patio. Oh, actually, sorry, I wanted to change the wording for my notice of motion, or sorry, for my motion to restate it. There was some updated wording from administration.
And if you could just provide that wording to the clerk, that would be great.
I think they do have that wording, if that's possible.
If you have it in front of you, if you could put it in the chat, that would be great. And if you could just read in the revised wording.
Okay, please. Sorry about that. I'll have to.
One moment, please. I'll put it in the chat. Councillor Principe, do you mind if I just read it out while I'm also putting it in the chat, just to move things along?
That would be great. I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
So that so this is the rewording from Councillor Principe is that administration immediately pause the implementation of increased patio fees for the 2026 patio season and continue the program at no cost to applicants for the 2026 season, and that the Parks and Road Services 2026 revenue budget be decreased by $157,000 on a one-time basis with funding from the 2026 council contingency. And 2, provide a memo to council containing 4 things. A financial analysis outlining the full cost recovery options for patio expansion permits. 2, contemplation of a tiered or scaled fee structure. C, points of alignment between the patio permitting and the city's downtown action plan and other economic development priorities. D, summary of communication and engagement activities with affected small businesses and interested groups.
Do we have a seconder?
Second.
Councillor Principe, would you like to introduce?
Yes, thank you, Chair Salvador. So I'm bringing forward this motion just because of concerns that I've heard from several business owners, most of them small and medium-sized businesses. And it's also just in relation to one of the strategic priorities that council has agreed upon. And I thought, from hearing from many of the stakeholders, I thought this was an appropriate time to reevaluate.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? We'll just wait for the wording to get up on the board here. There we go. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, I actually don't know how much we have in our council contingency right now. If anyone knows.
I can give that to you if you just let me scroll to the top of my screen. There is still money available. As of, you still have $525,000 for this year.
Okay, that's after this, or?
That does not include this because no decision's been made.
Okay, all right. And to administration, over the period of a season, whatever, like, how do we count that, a season?
So this came up in the fall SOBA in 2024. If I just give a bit of context, this program, the Patio program, was funded through the automated enforcement revenue. And so that was through the Vibrant Streets program. With the change in legislation, that funding source disappeared. And so in the 2024 fall SOBA, this was proposed in order to avoid a structural budget variance.
Right.
And so this is a 50-50 split with the businesses in terms of the overall cost, which is like those barricades, traffic detours, supplies, those types of things, just the administration of the permitting, those types of things. So we waived the fees in 2025 to give some time. They're rolling out in 26. And so the changes are now rolling out. And so we're certainly hearing feedback from restaurants, BIAs, those types of things. I will say, though, for context, 90% of the restaurants and businesses that had a patio for free last year have committed to having a patio this year as well. Okay. And we've already invoiced and are getting some of those invoices paid already. Hopefully that context helps.
Okay, interesting. All right, and just for my information, when do we consider the start and end date of that patio season?
Councillor Paquette, there's 2 types of patios. So you have your seasonal patios, which would be your temporary seasonals, which would get installed following spring sweep, which would be mid to end of April. Yep. And then you have your year-round ones, which are truly year-round. So they stay 12 months of the year, 365 days a year.
Okay. So end of April, and then until when for the temporary?
Would come out October-ish before the snow flies.
Okay, so October-ish. And then, so if we were to look at like the daily cost to an average business, then do we have that?
I can get you something close if you just hang tight. I might need to come back, Councillor Paquette. I'm not that quick.
Yeah, no, that's okay.
I aim to be quicker, but I'll get better.
Yeah, I'm happy for that to come back. Take your time.
There was a, and I can just pull that up. We did send a memo to council on the fee structure for all. So there's a range of different fees. I'm not sure if you're asking a daily rate in there or not.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, basically, I'm wondering, like, what is the impact on, like, cost to a business? Like, is it the cost of a couple drinks, or is it the cost of, like, 10 bills? You know, average bills. You know, that kind of idea.
There's a suite of options ranging from $0 to a few thousand.
Yeah.
Depending on like how much public property it consumes, whether it's a full lane of traffic or a parking space or just simply a sidewalk.
Right.
So it would depend on the size and the nature of the patio. So the restaurant could choose to scale up or how many patrons it would
Yeah.
hold.
I'll come back.
I think to answer your question, Councillor Paquette,
Sure.
on average, you know, not knowing exactly rain days in a season kind of thing that a patio would be open, it would really equal out to $3,700 divided by those 7 months, divided by 30 days, which would be about $20 or so a day in the cost.
About $20 a day. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. So you said it was waived in 2025. When were the businesses notified of the changing structure?
I'll pass that one to Caitlin. So there was notification after the fall SOBA of 2024 that the fees would be introduced. And then there was socialization throughout. And I think the details and the final like dollar figures were last year, I believe. But I'll just get Caitlin to clarify that one.
Okay.
Yeah, so Councillor Wright, we did notice to, especially to BIAs following the 2024 fall SOBA. Through 25, we did intentional messaging to the BIAs through the first Q1, Q2 of 25, and into Q3, Q4 of 25, we did additional messaging out to the businesses, letting them know that this is happening. We were also at council in Q4 of 25, where we talked about this program rolling out and some of the engagement that we did and some of the communications that we did, which also brought in some adjustments, which saw splitting of those fees across 2 different payments in the year. As well as some relaxing on how many patios we would need to remove for spring sweep and to do inspections on some of the infrastructure that's underneath it there. So based on what was discussed at BIA Council with Council at the fall in 2025, we made further refinements to the rollout and the implementation of the program to be more business friendly.
Okay, so it hasn't come, it shouldn't have come as a surprise to business. Okay. They've had lots of notice and engagement on that, I guess. I just want to check with the clerk again. You said how much in council contingency?
I want to say off the top of my head 525, but I can just go back and.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear the 5. I just thought I heard 25. Okay,
No,
so I was wondering if there was sufficient.
No, you still have quite a bit for this year.
Okay, and this is only on public sidewalks. Like if
correct,
if the establishment was in a private big box area or whatever, they could set up.
Yeah, that's right. So this would be for if a patio were to consume public space.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mayor. To admin, have we heard, what has been the feedback, or has there been, I'm assuming there is, but has there been feedback from businesses on the impacts of the costs associated to the patios? And are you able to provide any insight?
Yeah, I'll start and then I'll hand it to Caitlin. I mean, I'll start by saying like there's been engagement. I think the BIAs and stakeholders understand the need for this, but nobody wants a fee. And so we've looked at other jurisdictions. Nobody wants to pay when they used to get something for free. No one wants to now pay a fee. So that we've definitely heard loud and clear. I know we spent some time kind of talking through our financial position, structural budget variances, those types of things, the previous funding source, and then all the way back to the history of when this program came to be, which was back in when COVID started. So I think there's an understanding for it, but certainly nobody wants to pay for something when they used to get it for free. But Caitlin, if you want to add any color on top of that.
Yeah. Councillor Elliott, so the most feedback that we've heard is specifically around the $3,700 charge and the $6,900 charge. So the $3,700, to be clear, is option 2, which is called a parklet patio, or a full sidewalk patio seasonal. So those are your 2 seasonal ones, which require install and deinstall or demobilization to bring those in. So that's where we're getting some additional questions around the why and the expenses associated. And then on the $6,900 fee, which is actually the year-round boardwalk style patio, which will take up a curb lane along the patios to be able to extend those out to allow for pedestrian access. So the questions are the pushback, similar to what Craig just said, is really around what that cost is and the fee associated, the reasoning why, and also referencing that with the rising prices of inflation and other things in terms of executing their businesses, this does put a bit of a financial constraint onto them. With that said, though, and in the memo that we provided to council, many of those folks that did have questions or concerns around that cost have actually shifted to the no charge, which is a small sidewalk patio. So they still have overflow outdoor space they can go to. It just wouldn't be as expansive as it would have been if they were using that fee structure or the larger boardwalk style.
Okay, thank you. And my last question is, do we have any way to capture, is there like the economic impact of having the patios outside? Because I know every business is going to be independent and differently. Some are doing well, some are struggling. Do we have any, like, I'll say ROI or anything to show for that by chance?
I do not. I don't know if Alyssa's online, and we can always get back to you, Councillor Elliott, but I will say in terms of like economic impact, the businesses downtown really see that those patios add vibrancy, or whether it's downtown or another BIA, sorry. So they see that having those patios in place actually create beautification, vibrancy, attraction to come into those spaces to be able to contribute to the restaurants industry or anything else that's within those areas.
Okay, thank you. And a very generic question here, you may not have the answer. And I'm even wondering, does it increase employment over the summer or anything like that? Because I know sometimes we're hurting for jobs, and this could create potentially, because there's outside versus inside. Is there any insight on that as well, or that's I'm out of my lane on that one?
I don't have any specific insight. I could connect with my partners in UP to see if we can get you some of that information back. But I would say, anecdotally, anytime you increase square footage, I see Tom Gervin's online, so I'll pump it over to him. But anytime you increase square footage of a business that allows for additional capacity, you could probably tie that connection together. But Mr. Gervin, I'll turn it over to you.
Councillor Elliott, Tom Gervin, Director of Downtown Economy. Definitely positive correlation between seasonal patios and job creation. Varies depending on the size of the patio, the size of the business, and the consumer traffic. But generally speaking, there's definitely a positive correlation between the two.
Okay, thank you. That's all for my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. Lots to consider here. I appreciate the statistics that administration was able to share. It might be a long shot, but do we have any geographic breakdown in terms of the patios that have confirmed they won't be moving forward? Did we see a trend with some geographic areas or BIAs being more impacted than others?
There's no specific trend, but I can confirm that only 7 patios have actually canceled their year-round patio or the type of patio that they had, stating that it wasn't profitable for them to keep it with the fees. So only 7 out of the total 115 from 2025.
Okay, and again, we're not necessarily seeing those 7 concentrated in a single area?
Not a specific trend, no.
Okay. You know, another concern, and so really appreciate the work that the team has done to create some accommodations. You know, the two-part payment certainly makes sense for me. I know another one was just concern around the coordination of the removal for the spring sweep. Can you just update me on work that's happening in that regard to minimize business disruption?
Yeah, absolutely. So based on what we heard from both BIAs and from businesses in the fall of last year, we've adjusted. So original messaging was like we would need to remove all. We've really tried to integrate where our infrastructure partners need to do infrastructure assessments, so sidewalks, roadways, gutters, but also making sure that we're working with the business. So we have already been in contact. There's only about 8 businesses that would potentially be affected or impacted. Okay. And when I say potentially 8, it means we don't think we're going to need to do all 8. We've already been in direct contact with all 8 of those businesses, have let them know the plan, what our approach is. We are going to be out there in April to do visual inspections of the area to see if we actually need to remove them. If we do, we would be in further coordination with the businesses, working with them around storage, timing, all of those pieces. And if we don't, then we'll notify them as well that they're no longer going to be required for this year.
Okay, great. So, you know, I think there's a lot in the second part of this motion that to me sort of speak to program review, continuous improvement, and iteration. What What is administration's plan in terms of program evaluation, especially during this first year?
If what I'm hearing you ask, Councillor Stevenson, is saying, like, if we're putting in place these patio fees, does it continue to yield a successful program? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, I think some of the points in point 2 in terms of looking at a tiered or a scaled fee structure, looking at, really explicitly tying this to the downtown action plan, I think those all have a lot of merit. And I was wondering if that is evaluation work that administration was already contemplating, or would it be important for us to provide that type of direction?
So we're already contemplating that. So we're already looking at future engagement that's planned in summer of 2026. That'll include the BIAs, businesses, and other city departments to help inform the guidelines for the program beyond 26. Most of the patio, all of the patio license of occupancies that are in place now actually come up for renewal in 27. So it's really important for us to be able to go and look at what those permits are, what the cost is to put in those different types of infrastructure that are in place, and then working with the businesses as well as aligning with internal policy and strategy to make sure it aligns with those pieces.
Okay. And apologies if I missed that. And then is there a report back to council on that?
No, there is not a formal report coming to council yet at this point, no.
Okay. Great. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford?
In the memo that came out on March 11th, this at no cost patio program was provided out of the Taser Reserve, correct? With
all of the, like, the entire program was previously funded. So, like, when the program came to be in COVID timeframe, it was funded through the Taser Reserve.
And what does TASER stand for again?
Oh, sorry,
Mr.
the
McEwen?
Traffic Safety Automated Enforcement Reserve.
Yeah.
So with the change in the legislation for, like, the photo enforcement, so there was, like, a program within that was labeled as Vibrant Streets. So we used that as the mechanism to fund this program, to kick it off, and then it's matured over the years.
And there was other things in that. I know, for example, in Grease By had an inquiry and a citizen that really wanted to do a crosswalk for veterans with, like, poppies and stuff, and that was part of Vibrant Streets too that we also canceled, correct?
The wraps you're thinking, right? Yes.
I know, I'm actually thinking of, like, the decorative street crosswalks.
The painted crosswalks, yes, that too.
Yep. So there's a lot. What other things have we had to stop, or will we have to stop doing with the significant reduction in our revenue? Because if I remember correctly, it is like 64 million loss annually. Is that my understanding from the delta of where we used to collect on average to what we anticipate collecting in 2027?
I don't think it's quite that much. Caitlin will have, Tim's team will have the numbers on that. But what we tried to do is, with the new legislation, is scale the programs to fit the new, like, the changes in revenue.
Well, yeah, but my point is that if the businesses are upset, are they rightfully upset at us, or because they also don't want property tax increases, right? So, like, that's the other thing we hear from the business community. So should they be upset at us, or should they be upset at the province? And that's not a fair question to ask of you, but I'm, like, I think from a philosophical, like, I guess to the mover, have you discussed that at all with the businesses that approached you in terms of why there is a funding pressure on this program and where that came from?
Not necessarily in regards to tax increases.
Or the fact that it was funded through the traffic enforcement, that we have legislation that doesn't let us collect fees for that?
No, there was no discussion about that.
Okay. And this is sort of striking the middle ground from what I read in that memo of, 50% cost recovery.
Yeah, that was the idea. Like, we've looked at a number of different jurisdictions. I know Vancouver, Calgary, Toronto, and there's no one size that fits all, but tried to find that balance of what's covered by tax levy versus what's covered. So this is a 50-50 cost share, and so the dollar figure in the motion here, the $157,000, would be the estimated revenue that we would be expecting in 2026.
Which isn't very, like, and like, the reason I ask that is because to me, I also want to reflect that, like, we're still subsidizing this program to show
Correct, yeah.
our understanding of the importance of vibrant streets and our importance of economic development.
That's right, yep.
But we are also having to be honest about some of the fiscal constraints that we have.
That's the intent, yeah.
Okay. And also and again, no, I'm speaking to you. I'll stop. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clark?
Great, thank you. Okay, so I just one thing I want to check, Mr. Kieran, the memo, is that information still accurate today that came out a little while ago?
There's some updates to it. I think instead of the memo said 6 patios, I think it's 7 now that have not declined. I think 7 businesses have paid their invoices in full. So there's some like minor updates, but in general, there's not I'd say a material change since last week.
And kind of when we're referencing almost 90% confirmed, I mean, really, we're talking about option 1, which is free, and option 2, which is $500. Because if you look at, or 1 and 4, sorry, if you look at options 2 and 3, like it might be about 50% enrollment, and those are the substantial fees. Is that accurate?
I'm sorry, I'm not. Can you say that question one more time?
For when we're talking about 90% or coming back, I mean, that counts the free option and the $500 option.
So Councillor Clark, that would account for the folks that have switched out of option 2 and 3, which would be the more expensive options, the 3,700 and the 6,900. So to answer your question, those changes you would see would be people going to a free option or a cheaper option if they couldn't financially weather those additional fees that are associated to it.
Yeah,
but we have that are included in option 1, which is a free option. Option 4 is also another one that has interest, which is a cheaper option, with option 2 and 3 being your more expensive 3,700 and the 6,900.
Yeah, it seems like the issues are with options 2 and 3, potentially on those costs. On the 50% cost recovery model, because the businesses set up their patio, they build them, they maintain them, right? That's direct cost for lane shut down, the barriers, and then infrastructure analysis. Is that correct?
Yep. So it's direct for how we manage, store, repair traffic control materials. We also have costs in order to be able to, whether it's install, deinstall, or demobilize or deinstall, but also making sure that we have proper detours, whether it's concrete boulevards, signage, etc.
And for the analysis, even though they've had these before, we still have to do a new analysis on this patio?
So, if I understand your question correctly, Councillor Clark, they had them in place before, so we would still be required to maintain and operate the infrastructure that's in place. So that accounts for the cost in order to be maintaining and operating that existing infrastructure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador?
Thank you. I think it was mentioned that there are instances where businesses have already been invoiced and are already paying. I'm just trying to understand, if this were to move forward, what does that mean if we're already kind of down that path?
We'd administer it. We'd figure it out. We'd have to do a refund of some sort. But yeah, I think it's 7 now to date have paid the invoice. So yeah, we just have to figure that piece out.
Okay, and I'm also curious just about the overall trends in patio uptake, just year over year. What kind of growth have we been seeing?
Good question, Councillor. We've seen a reduction from 25 to 26 with the fee structure install. I would have to go back to this goes back and starts in 2020. We've seen things pretty stagnant or maintained with the numbers we saw coming out of COVID 2020, 2021, because those spaces were implemented to be able to allow that extra social distancing and all those pieces that were in place, but also to help with the economic drivers. I can get back to you on the trends we've seen from those earlier years comparative to this year.
Sure, and the reason I ask, I'm just trying to understand, like, if we've been seeing, for example, if we were seeing year over year increases and growth in uptake, I appreciate only, I think you said 7 are not moving forward that previously had this year, but how does that relate to the overall growth trends, and has that really curved off, or has it been steady?
Yeah, we can get back to you, Councillor. I don't have
Okay,
that.
I'll ask a different question then. I know we're doing some work to look at how we can fill the gap left by Taser for a number of our traffic safety programs, and as much as this is about vibrancy when we talk about the patio program, I think there's a huge traffic calming component as well. I hear that regularly from businesses. When we're looking at how to fill that gap, would this program also be included in that consideration?
No. We would need, because this program was reduced, we would need direction to reinstate the program to what it was previously. As we said earlier, we're already subsidizing 50% of the cost, and the direction that we were given was to have a fee structure to pay for to balance those two pieces out.
Gotcha. Okay. Don't suppose you have the numbers. I don't have any other questions.
Yeah,
for the-
we'll add, they've stayed relatively the same. The one thing I will add, though, Councillor Salvador, is that many of the businesses have actually expanded and grown their patios. So they have put enhancements, larger designs, different design elements, which speaks to the vibrancy. It does create some challenges in terms of, adhering to the guidelines, which is stuff that we'll work with the businesses on. But there just seems to be a desire to have those as more permanent infrastructure in places for a lot of those businesses who have invested in them from the perspective of vibrancy, attraction, etc.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Did you want to move another round?
Sure, I'll move another round.
Let's move. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Second by Councillor Elliott. Please vote.
Councillor Principe is yes.
Thanks, Councillor Principe. We have all the votes.
Well, that's odd. Okay. I haven't voted, but I will vote yes.
Sorry.
No, I did. I'm not absent. That's why.
That was a test for me, so we'll put you back in and we will now let you vote.
Okay, please. It's like I definitely did not vote.
Sorry, we can't fix it. We'll have to resend it. My apologies.
Sure, we'll resend it. In here, in both
Councillor
minds.
Principe is still yes.
Thank you. Apologies again for that. Just waiting on 3 votes.
Eyes are looking over to the side here with Councillor. There we go.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That's carried 11-1. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. Just using up the last half of my first 5 minutes in a second round. I'm just wondering, to the mover, the 157,000, how did you arrive at that? Because I'm dividing by 6,900 and I get about 22 patios. Like what?
That's just the number. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, we
Craig.
provided that number based on the commitment from patios. That was an estimate of the revenue that we expected to get in 2026.
Okay, so not just the ones that have already applied, but also looking...
Correct. Of those who've said, yes, we are going to do a patio, not the ones who've applied and paid already, but those that have communicated, yes, we're in, but may have not just received the invoice or paid just yet. So that's an estimate from our end.
Okay, thank you. I just want to clarify where that number came from. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. There's no further questions. Anyone wishing to speak, please click on the board. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you. I was actually quite interested in this motion, but through the discussion, learning that there's only 7 out of 115 that have not reapplied, I think that it's now become a solution in search of a problem, because it seems like we're getting that full buy-in. And then also learning that it's about $20 a day on average. That's pretty doable for a restaurant, I think. And also to know that we're already subsidizing by 50%, I think is already an extremely fair approach. So I do appreciate the thought behind the motion, and I do appreciate the bullet points, but I also have heard that those are going to be looked into anyway. We can ask for a memo for that, or otherwise. But at this point, I'm not going to be voting for the motion, even though I absolutely do support the fact that there was some thought put into it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate the intentions of this motion. It's not perfect in my eyes in any way. I would like to make some changes, but honestly, I don't know how to do that at this point because I just have some issues with the fee structure, and I think the lower fee structures are more in line and the costs. So I have some issues there, but I think the intent of it and what it's trying to do is really good. So I appreciate that coming forward, and I'm going to take that into account as I make my decision.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
Oh, well, this is going to be me muddling through because I'm feeling really torn on this one. You know, I have heard from businesses about the challenges that they are feeling that these new fees will introduce, and yet it's hard to see the numbers where we're not seeing a really significant drop in patios, and that is a measure that I had shared with businesses as being an important one for me to understand, sort of the extent of the impact. I've also been reflecting on our economic development strategy, and I can see how folks could point to this and say, you know, this is a clear way to support small businesses, you know, removing these fees from them. And I think about, you know, the return on investment for that, both in terms of economic return, but vibrancy as well, but also weighed against the bigger strategic moves that I think we could make as a city if we're more disciplined and focused in our funding. I know that property taxes is something that weighs on businesses that they have flagged as being a significant part of their operating budget. And I think we help alleviate that pressure by a really robust industrial action plan, really intentionally and significantly growing new revenue sources through non-residential property taxation. And I think ultimately it's hard in the short run. I appreciate businesses who are struggling with this. But in the long run, I think those bigger moves are what will help them be successful, and for the city to support their success in those ways. That said, I think we need to be doing really close monitoring of this implementation, doing a feedback survey with businesses to understand how the first season has gone, and I'm understanding that some of that outreach will already be happening in 2026. It's a tough change. I think that administration has done a great job of reaching out and speaking to folks. And it'll be a learning process. So at this time, I don't know that I will support it, but interested in hearing from my colleagues as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thank you. And I appreciate the intent of this motion, and I think, you know, we owed it to business to have this public conversation. So I think regardless of the outcome, it was worth the conversation. As I kind of alluded to, you know, this came out of Vibrant Streets, which is funded through TASER. We have a big hole. I asked those questions when we had the budget presentations about that. We're going to have to grapple with that and how we either fill that hole or the things that we're going to have to let go. And all of these things are well loved, and I would say that this is quite frankly our first test for how much are we actually willing to take the heat on some of the decisions we're going to make. I personally believe, and as somebody that has had experience in the restaurant industry, obviously not being a restaurant owner, but having been a server, many a patio in my life, for almost 15 years doing service, fine dining service. You know, what we have to recognize is I think a 50-50 ratio is more than fair given the revenue potential that it creates, because it does create revenue potential. If there was no revenue potential and it was something that was important, I think it would be a different conversation for me. But these do create the opportunity for more turnover, for more tables, for more service, for more all of those things. And yes, the margins are small, but as was mentioned, if your square footage of your restaurant increases and you're paying $20 a day for that extra square footage, what is the potential revenue making of that? That it's significant, and I would argue more than $20, even if you have to count for rainy days. So I think a 50-50 ratio is more than reasonable for cost recovery. We're still saying it's important, so much so that we're willing to take the extra 50% of those operating costs and eat them as a structural budget variance and adjust and amend our taxes accordingly. But we do need the restaurants that get this benefit. And I will add that we've also done a lot with our visitor economy, including recent budget decisions, so that they do get more bums and chairs and people eating at their tables. So there is also work that is happening on the other side that is also supporting economic development and businesses this way. But I think it's like really important for Edmontonians to understand how a policy decision, and there's been many of them in my short tenure on council, from another order of government, has real financial implications at the municipal level. And this is a clear example of that. And so I hope that any business owner that's listening to this today or hears this afterwards does talk to the order of government that made this policy decision and ask about the benefits of that policy decision, because we've also not seen any safety improvements as a result of that policy decision, let alone financial improvements. So, you know, I would put that call to action out to those businesses that are upset about this change, to also talk to the government order that has pushed and catalyzed this change forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jans.
Councillor Rutherford basically said everything else I want to say. I'm not comfortable with displacing this cost onto other businesses. Again, this is the downstream trickle down of the taser cuts, and again, I kind of spoke to this earlier, but if we do this is if anytime we're reducing a revenue line, we are voting for a tax increase, or we're voting for a service cut somewhere else. And I haven't heard here what the mover wants to do, and that's I think a problem. And this goes to my earlier problem where I find it frustrating where we have a system where people will add things to the budget or take things out of the budget and then vote against the budget at the end, saying, well, I'm not happy with this budget. Like all of these little decisions go into the budget. So I don't want to get to a situation where people are proposing reductions and voting or proposing increases and then voting against the main budget, whether it's the budget adjustment in the fall or whether it's the main budget.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mayor. I've been back and forth on this one as well, because I think I didn't realize about the city is currently paying 50% of the fees. But I do know that some businesses are hurting. I have received some emails from businesses reaching out to me. And I feel comfortable at this juncture supporting it, but I don't know if I need to do for info down the road to find out what is the ROI to the city in regards to if we continue for the patios. And I'd like to see it, is there job creations out of that? It looks like it is, but I'd like to see the actual numbers for that. And I know that since there is still $525 in the fund that's available, I'm okay at this motion for this time only to okay with the 157. So at this juncture, I'll be supporting this for this 1 year only.
Thank you. Councillor Principe to close.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have any further comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
Councillor Principe is yes.
Thanks, Councillor Principe. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that motion is defeated 3-9. Councillors, I know we had a because I was a little late coming back. So thank you for continuing to move on. I think now that I am back, I'll give you the chair.
Great, I have the chair, and we're on to 10.5.
Okay, I'll move the motion as worded in the report.
Great, we'll just get the wording up on the screen there. So moved by Mayor Knack. Do we have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Rutherford. And introduce.
Thanks. Just a few comments on this. Obviously, this has been moving quick. I think I've said, the whole defense file, I didn't even think about that during the campaign. I don't even think I really thought about it for probably my first 2 months. And then all of a sudden, the federal government is looking to spend about 4 times their defense budget over the next 4 years. And Edmonton obviously plays a major role in this space. We already have the garrison, of course. We have connections to many of our other partners in Cold Lake and in Wainwright. When meeting with the minister had talked about looking to put substantial funding into this area to fulfill some of their gaps that they have as they work to expand and strengthen their military. And a lot of what they want to do is what they are calling dual use. So infrastructure that benefits both the military, but also ideally can fulfill municipal gaps. While the Edmonton Region Defense Alliance is working hard, I think it's a great organization. I think the one piece that I feel like I'm missing right now is how are we coordinating all of these asks? So, I know Group X is working with ERDA, and they're working with the federal government. Group Y is working with a separate group. And yes, there is some connectivity to ERDA, but from the city side, we need to make sure there is coordination, that even the placement of potential infrastructure is being done in a thoughtful way, is being done ideally with our city experts as well, because if somebody wants to put something in spot X instead of spot Y, well, if it's in spot X, could that help us fulfill a roadway gap that we have right now in the city? Could that help us address who knows what? So the city manager is already moving down this path, and you'll note in the last wording of the motion using the existing delegated authority and budget, but just recognizing the importance of this file, I did think it was important to formalize it to make sure that there's in fact council support behind allowing the city manager to go use their delegated authority to do this, because there does need to be a little bit more coordination, and I think the city can play a fairly active role in that. So that's why I'm making the motion. Happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. Any questions? Councillor Wright.
Hi, yes, so just clarifying to the city manager, your existing delegated authority, I think, is up to 2 million?
I always look to Stacy to confirm that.
Sorry, he can, his delegation of authority is up to $5 million between programs or projects, and up to $1 million for the creation of a new program.
1 million for a new program. Okay, so then anything.
Yeah, all with existing money.
Okay, but only within existing budget, no new dollars at this time unless.
Correct. Like Mr. Robar can't make any decisions that would impact the tax levy.
Okay, all right. So if there are any big deals, it's got to come back to us, right? Okay.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, was that a question?
And I just had another question for Mr. Robar. Within yours and your team's capacity to do this coordination and management?
Yeah, we've identified a position already that we think we can repurpose to do this work.
Okay, awesome. That's all I have. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Not seeing any further questions on the board. Anyone to speak? Mayor Knack to close.
Just very quickly, the whole idea is making sure we have the staff position to coordinate, not really looking for us to spend money. I'm looking for us to make sure we're getting the coordination of the investment. So I just wanted to say that out loud. It's really just making sure we're backing up Mr. Robar's already ability to delegate that staff person to help coordinate. So that's the whole intent here. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
Councillor Principe is yes.
Thanks, Councillor Principe. We have all the votes.
Display the vote. That is carried, and I'll return the chair.
Actually, if you don't mind, can you hang on to the chair? I'm going to have to join virtually to get to my next spot. So.
Sure thing. Okay, we're on to our last motion pending, 10.7.
Point of order. Don't we
Yes.
still have a subsequent in-camera attachment from item 7.3. Right before lunch, Mr. Mayor, before you leave,
Oh,
wasn't there an in-camera attachment?
It hasn't been added, but it has been thought of.
May I move to add attachment 5 to item 7.3?
second.
okay. So sorry, can we just get the wording up there? This is just to add an attachment. Does the clerk have the information needed for that?
To add an attachment, I do. I will share with you what will be in the attachment in one moment.
Great, thank you. And that was moved by Councillor Jan, seconded by Councillor Rutherford.
So I'm just putting in the chat the actual motion that needs to be passed. And then I will also add the thing.
Yep. I move that attachment 5 be added. No, do you want me to read it out?
I would, yes, please, because it's not been said.
I move that attachment 5 be added to the March 17th, 2026 IIS report, IIS 03354, and be approved, and that attachment 5 remain private pursuant to section 29, advice from officials, and 30, disclosure harmful to economic and other interests of a public body of the Access to Information Act.
Thank you. Okay, so this was discussed. Thank you, Councillor Rutherford, for seconding that. There's some just additional information that was provided in the chat for this item, but not seeing anyone on the board. Let's vote.
I'm yes.
Thanks, Councillor Jans.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Mayor Knack. I believe Councillor Principe, you said yes.
Councillor Principe is no.
Oh, no. Thank you so much for clarifying. We have all the votes.
Display the vote. That is carried 11 to 1. And I'm just going to take a moment. Any other subsequents just around the board here, making sure we're not missing anyone? Nope. Okay, great. Okay. Yeah, and just to clarify, I know earlier on in the discussion, Councillor Principe, there was a desire to reconsider one of the items that was voted on. Is that still your intention?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Just a flag, we don't have all members of council and their notice hasn't been given, but I will leave that at your discretion.
Yeah, so the challenge, Councillor Principe, is we're missing folks who had previously voted on that, and just from a fairness perspective, it's really challenging to be able to move forward with that in their absence. Yeah, is it possible, just to the clerk, process-wise,
you can
that can be done at any point, can it not?
Well,
or
as long as irrevocable action has not taken place, it is possible to amend a motion previously adopted. It's just a different procedural step, but I would say out of fairness, and I'll defer to the decision of the chair, if all of the councillors are not aware of that, then
yeah.
Because then it would show them that if it is reconsidered, they would show them absent for this vote.
Yeah, yeah. So, Councillor Principe, it's not looking like that's going to be an option.
All right then.
Okay, thank you. But we do have one more motion pending, so we're going to move on to that. So 10-7, we have about 15 minutes left before end of day. Councillor Principe, I'll go to you for 10-7.
Thank you. I'd like to move that administration immediately pause implementation of 132 Avenue construction between 82nd Street and 97th Street for further discussion with relevant stakeholders and possible design reconsideration.
Do we have a seconder? Okay, I'm not seeing anyone as a second.
I'll go with a second.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Elliott. Councillor Principe, would you like to introduce?
Can we just get clarification if the motion's actually in order and if it can actually be actioned? If it can't be actioned, then there isn't an opportunity to put it on the floor and vote.
That's a great question. So just over to administration, looking at the wording of this, recognizing that, at least my understanding is that this project is already underway, is this motion actionable?
It would have tremendous consequence to a signed contract and continued construction that's in year 4 of year 5. But could we stop at cost to the city? Yes.
Okay, so technically actionable, but with great consequence.
Yeah, I would say just given in terms of when a motion would be out of order, I think council would need to consider the circumstances, but I don't think at this juncture it's truly out of order per se.
Okay, so we'll proceed. Councillor Principe, please introduce.
Thank you very much. The reason that I'm bringing this forward is that it came to my attention that a relevant stakeholder was informed by 2 other members of council that it might be possible to make some changes. So I thought that it was really important to have the discussion so that we are giving consistent messaging to our stakeholders.
Okay, any questions? Please sign up on the board if you have any questions. Councillor,
I can't click on.
Mayor Knack?
Sorry, if that's okay.
Yes,
I don't
please
want
go
to jump
ahead.
the queue. Sure. Sorry, and just a question, and sorry, I'm just trying to reread the wording here. So does that mean if there, I heard the commentary from administration that there's a cost, do we have to identify the cost and then a funding source in order to be able to vote on this then? That's just the one thing I'm not sure about.
Mr. Mayor, maybe I'll jump in. I think given the nature of what the motion is, the costs would be something that would escalate something that is already approved and would be captured within the existing framework. So I don't believe that on this motion it would be necessary to identify a funding source.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's helpful context. And then the only other question is, do we have a sense of are we allowed to share the cost publicly of this? It sounds like it could be captured because year 5 hasn't started yet, but still wanting to get a sense of scope and scale for the cost.
I don't know that we can go in public and actually provide dollars and cents numbers. What we can say is that there are contractual obligations that are in place, and we don't have the ability under the contract just to pause for convenience. So we are obliged right now, subject to financial implications, to move forward as proposed.
I can add, this is a project that would have been procured multiple years ago, and so we would have locked in pricing. And so in neighborhood renewal, we do the program through volumetric pricing. So we pay on the actual state of what we dig up, and then we rebuild the road. And so the volumetric pricing that we could get if we were making a change order or going back to the market would likely be at a higher rate than the volumetric pricing that we would have done multiple years ago.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford.
Just to, so I'm pretty sure I know which stakeholder that the mover is speaking to in terms of some of the schools in this section. And can you walk me through how they've been, those specific stakeholders have been engaged through this process with this project?
So we, and Nicole's behind me, and I'll say, but Nicole's team was meeting with the stakeholders yesterday. I myself am going out on Friday. We have been working in particular on meeting all of the concerns from the schools in the area that's about to be under construction this year. We've been able to accommodate the current bus loading zones from April to the end of June. We've maintained accessible parking areas from April to the end of June. We've provided access to the parking lot. We've maintained one lane of travel from April to June with a full road closure only during July and August. And we've secured additional parking for school staff nearby for the schools that are impacted. We continue to do engagement with the school divisions on some of the concerns around drop-off zones and additional parking. And we've mitigated those concerns to maintain the existing on-street parking number that they currently have.
In the design of the final design of 132 Ave, are there concerns that still remain from the schools that we haven't been able to mitigate in the design itself? Because I've heard the same thing, and then I remember having a conversation about how absolutely the expectation is that the administration works with you on all the operational impacts during construction, but well, from what I read from this motion, this is more about the actual design of the road.
I am hearing, and we're meeting again on Friday, about concerns around drop-off. In some cases, we have maintained the drop-off zone, and we're trying to mitigate illegal behaviors such as illegal U-turns or double parking. And so there are concerns around congestion in general, and we've been working through the design to mitigate that, but we also know that safety's improved when we don't have illegal U-turns or double parking. Nicole, do you have additional comments?
Yeah, I'll just add a little bit to that. Hi, Nicole Wolf, Branch Manager, Building Great Neighborhoods. I always forget to do that. I apologize. One of the main concerns with this particular stakeholder is they have no on-property drop-off areas or parking to an adequate level for their staff and or students. And what's concerning to them right now is exactly what Sarah just said, and exactly what we heard from Craig McEwen earlier is the parent behavior for that drop-off period. And the double parking and the in and out. And what happens there is the parking area that is curbside does not have a drop-off time associated to it. So there is no 5-minute parking from 7 to 9 or whatever it happens to be. So people go there, they park, and then everybody who's dropping off students has to double park in a travel lane of the road in order to do that. So the design has mitigated that by taking that travel lane away. And what we've been talking to the school about this week is actually changing that parking, which is going to be the same level that it is today, but to a drop-off zone so that there is not that's going on, and then looking at some off-corridor parking solutions as well.
It's perfect. It sounds like you're doing exactly in the conversations that I've had with the stakeholder, having ongoing discussion and adjusting and adapting, both based on that feedback of a very important stakeholder. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's fair to say.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette, just to speak? Okay, seeing no further questions, anyone who would like to speak to this, please sign up. I'll go to Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, so this road has to be redone anyway, no matter what the form is. And so that means that there would be disruption no matter what. There was no way to avoid that. As the city grows and the city changes, there's always going to be some form of disruption for some group or another at any given time. That's part of the nature of a city of 1 million people growing to 1.25. So to stop construction means that we would stop the renewal of a road that desperately needs renewal and will get it anyway, and then it would begin again. Administration is already engaged with the stakeholders and helping to mitigate the disruption that they will experience. No matter what form this takes, disruption will occur and would occur. And these same conversations would still be had with the stakeholders. To stop construction would add enormous sums to the City of Edmonton taxpayers because, as I said, that work has to be done anyway. And so there would still be the capital investment, only now it would be more because of change orders and new contracts under new costs and tariffs. So the sheer magnitude of the cost to the people of Edmonton makes this motion to me untenable and absolutely unsupportable if someone actually cares about the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Just looking at the time, looking to my colleagues, with unanimous consent, we can finish the agenda here. Yes. Thank you. Councillor Principe to close.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. So I just wanted to finish by saying that, several times I had tried to make motions in order to change the design, and that was even before any contracts were signed. However, I came to the realization that council was not supportive of that direction, and that is what I relayed to all the stakeholders within the area. And then it came to my attention recently that 2 other members of council had said there is still room for change. So I thought that there was a reconsideration, and I thought it necessary to bring this forward in order to have the public conversation so that everyone is aware of where we stand. Having listened to our legal from Mr. Gunther, I believe that there's a chance that I will not be supporting this myself now. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
I'm a no.
Thank you, Mayor Knack.
Councillor Principe is no.
Okay, thank you. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote.
Look at my screen.
Hang on.
My screen says yes when you vote.
Move to recall the vote.
Yep, please recall the vote.
My screen says no, just for the record.
I believe you. We'll
Okay,
resend-
please
we'll
vote.
Resend the vote out.
I can't actually see your screen.
Oh.
I have to vote right this time.
Councillor Principe, can I have your vote, please?
I'm a no.
Thank you, Mayor Knack. Councillor Principe, can I have your vote, please? We'll mark Councillor Principe as absent. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is defeated unanimously. Okay, that takes us to the end of our agenda. So notices of motions without customary notice. Councillor Morgan,
Yeah, I'd just like to introduce a notice of motion if I can.
please go ahead.
Okay, cool. That the Garth Worthington School Fundraising Society be provided $100,000 one-time funding in 2026 to support playground costs with funding from the 2026 Council Contingency Fund.
And you'll be making that at
Next
regular council meeting?
Yeah, you bet.
Thank you. Okay, seeing nothing further, thanks so much, everyone. We are adjourned.